कहिल्यै टाढा रहन नसक्ने हुँदा सीए पेसाको दिगोपना र व्यापकता विश्वव्यापी रूपमा बढ्दो छ।
Take entry inside the hall and take your respective seats. Next is a request for all of you to kindly put your cellular devices in an inaudible mode. We would very, very much appreciate your kind cooperation to that regard. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, namaste and a very good afternoon. It's been a very, very eventful day for all of us associated with SAFA and ICAN, and everyone, of course, associated with the profession in Nepal and in the region. And yes, I'm sure you need not be apprised, but just taking a moment to share that South Asian Federation of Accountants, which we fondly call SAFA, was formed in the year 1984 to serve the accountancy profession in the South Asian region and to uphold its eminence in the world of accountancy. Likewise, ICAN, ladies and gentlemen, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, was established under a special act, the Nepal Chartered Accountants Act 1997, and enacted by the government of Nepal on 30th of January 1997. All to enhance social recognition and faith of people at large in the accounting profession by raising public awareness towards the importance of the profession, as well as towards economic and social responsibility of the accountants, and to contribute towards economic development of the country. Said that, ladies and gentlemen, both SAFA and ICAN today are profoundly, profoundly elated to have put up everything possible to welcome you all to one of its most important day, a convergence that we've been looking forward to for a long time, and building from some very important formal engagements that were scheduled in the early part of the day, we are now headed towards some intensive deliberation, which will also take proactive participation from all of you. Thank you for making it here. I'm Shivani Thapa Basnet, news editor with Nepal Television, and trust me, I'm very privileged to be your host for all the engagements on the latter half of this day. Now, on behalf of the organizers, I have this privilege again to welcome you to the SAFA Conference on International Taxation and Digital Currency 2022. And we are here at the inaugural session. And yes, my pleasure now to commence with the formalities up on stage. Allow me now this privilege to invite up on stage our distinguished dignitaries who shall be gracing the first session of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, to chair the first session, that's the inaugural session of the conference, my pleasure of inviting upon stage the President of ICAN himself, C.A. Bhaskar Singh Lala. As I request the ICAN President to grace the ceremony as the chair of the inaugural session, I also place my humble request to kindly extend the welcome to our dignitaries who I would be inviting up on stage now. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming up on stage the Governor of Nepal Rashtra Bank, who's our distinguished guest today, C.A. Mahaprasad Adhikari, along with the President of SAFA himself, who is the keynote speaker of the inaugural session, Mr. H.M. Henaya K. Bandara, FCMA, the President of SAFA. SAFA President, the keynote speaker of the session, Mr. H.M. Henaya K. Bandara, FCMA. It's a matter of great pleasure to have the SAFA president here with us. My pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, of inviting up on stage the Vice President of SAFA, CA Nihar N. Jambusaria. Thank you, distinguished dignitaries, and thank you to the chair of the session. Thank you, CA Bhaskar Singh Lala. Thank you so much. I have the pleasure now of inviting up on stage the ICAN Vice President, CA Sujan Kumar Kafle. And it is with equal pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the presence of our distinguished SAFA board members, the SAFA advisors, ITAC committee members, ICAN council members, past presidents, of course, the SAFA delegates, all the esteemed delegates, representatives of different corporate companies from the region, and we're highly indebted and honored with the presence of high representatives of government entities here in Nepal, the line authorities, the high representatives from all stakeholder entities under the government and beyond, and to the members from the press and all the members of the fraternity here in Nepal and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, globalization of the world capital and financial markets have been doorways for opportunities and growth. We all know that. And great advances in international communications and technologies and the major shifts which we are observing demand continuous upscaling of understanding, skills, infrastructure, and apparatus for the region and for each of the nations herein. Never have the international financial trends, transactions, and mode, as well as international tax laws been more significant to each country's legal system. We are so much aware of it. Now, the repercussions of this evolving and expanding global financial ecosystem is, as the experts and as you all know, in its initial phase in our region, in our part of the world, and the challenge and opportunities lies for us, for each member in the region, to develop a system that does not act as a barrier to international transaction while protecting the revenue of each of us. Now, greater sensitivity, understanding, and strong groundworks will be determining the future scenario for us. Therefore, the relevance and need of this deliberation under the SAFA umbrella. Kathmandu, as always, ladies and gentlemen, welcomes all of you to this much-awaited conference of stalwarts of our fraternity and is profoundly elated to receive this privilege. Without further ado, let us steer this entire event to a formal phase. And may I now turn to our high dignitaries, the Nepal Rashtra Bank Governor, accompanied by the SAFA President, the ICAN President, and our dignitaries seated herein, to kindly descend down the stage and mark the formal inauguration of this conference by lighting the traditional panas. Ladies and gentlemen, a traditional panas is where we light the traditional oil-fed lamp, and this in Nepali culture is auspicious. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's a matter of great honor for us. And now to extend our formal welcome, may I now request the ICAN President, the Chair of the session, C.A. Bhaskar Singh Lala, for the welcome remarks.
Thank you very much. Chief guest and keynote speaker, Mr. H.M. Henanaike Bandara, President SAFA. Guest of honor, C.A. Nihar N. Jambusaria, Vice President SAFA. Guest of honor and Chair of Technical Session, C.A. Mahaprasad Adhikari, Governor, Nepal Rashtra Bank. Guest of honor and Chair of Technical Session, Mr. Rameshwar Dangal, Revenue Secretary, Ministry of Finance. Expert paper presenters and panel members in the technical sessions, eminent delegates from SAFA member bodies, distinguished national and international guests, Vice President and Council Member of ICAN, past President of ICAN, President, ICAN and ADAN, Chairman Accounting and Auditing Standard Board, Chairman and Presidents of Regulating Authorities and Diplomatic Missions, professional colleges, and ladies and gentlemen present in the conference, including virtual participants, media and media persons. Good afternoon and very warm greetings of the day. On behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal and myself, I am very pleased to welcome you all in this SAFA conference on International Taxation and Digital Currency 2022, followed by SAFA BPA Awards ceremony in the second session in the evening. I feel honored to have an opportunity of hosting SAFA conference and SAFA BPA Award ceremony here in Kathmandu, Nepal. I extend sincere thanks to SAFA board and member bodies for trusting and supporting us to host this program. International taxation is gaining momentum in the context of globalization and increased cross-border business activities. The issue on international taxation are becoming regional as well as global concerns due to the fast-paced globalizations and technological advancement fostering. On the other hand, introduction of digital currency can facilitate transparent economy and can replace physical cash, resulting in significant cost reduction in printing, distributing, and storing. However, there are several challenges in the enforcement of digital currency. I expect this conference will be a milestone to explore various possibilities of international taxation and digital currencies. In addition, with practical technical sessions delivered, I believe that the conference will provide a way forward to existing challenges being faced in the region in the domain of international taxation and for implementation of digital currency. I believe that such conference will provide integration and mutual cooperation among regional professional accounting organizations. In my view, coming together regional professionals of various accounting bodies in one platform will create access to expertise, resources, and support that will strengthen harmony and build trust among member bodies and their members. Once again, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all you in this program, and I wish that all the international delegates and guests have a pleasant and memorable stay in Nepal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now hear from our high dignitaries their very valuable speeches, wherein we would be able to get a glimpse of the scenario on the theme that we have come up with at the SAFA conference this time. So it's with great pleasure I invite to the podium the SAFA Vice President, C.A. Nihar N. Jambusaria.
President SAFA, Sri Henanaike Bandara, today's guest CA Mahaprasad Adhikari ji, Governor, Nepal Rashtra Bank, President of ICAN, CA Bhaskar Singh Lala, the Vice President ICAN, all the board members of SAFA, the council members of ICAN, and all the participants. Let me at the outset give my compliments to ICAN for agreeing to host this twin event of the Conference on International Tax and Digital Currency and the award function for Best Presented Annual Reports, Integrated Reports, and Governance Disclosure Reports. Friends, you will agree that this is the time of sharing of knowledge. Particularly in the times of pandemic, we realized that we were all holding conferences within our countries and educating and updating the members on recent developments. But during the pandemic, when we realized the power of technology and we started interacting on virtual mode, we realized that it is better and much better to share knowledge with each other so that the expertise in every country can be shared with each other and we can achieve excellency in the field of accounting. So, with that intention, this year SAFA organized several programs on different topics. When this profession started, probably our horizon was restricted to accounting, auditing, and to some extent taxation. But now time has come when professional accountants are involved in international tax, insolvency law, integrated reporting. Sustainability is one of the main areas of this profession now, and governance has become another area in which governments seek the indulgence of professional institutes. So, very rightly today, this conference has been organized on the subject of international taxation. Every country has imposed taxes, and every country has local law on international tax. This law is also impacted by the double tax avoidance treaties that the countries enter into with other countries. And among the recent developments, the BEPS, which was introduced by OECD, the Pillar 1, Pillar 2 concepts, which everybody needs to understand, it has necessitated organizing of number of study courses on international tax. And today at SAFA level, there will be broad level discussion on the principles of international tax. Another aspect which is taking over is the disappearance of transactions in actual currencies. Transactions have started happening in digital currency. And how this digital currency will operate and what will be the future of digital currency transactions and the modus operandi to operate it. Today, this subject has also been covered. And let us make a beginning in digital currency with this broad level talk. And I would suggest that we may have a series of such sessions on international tax and digital currency. Once again, my compliments to ICAN and a number of speakers and panelists have agreed to contribute their knowledge for the benefit of everybody. I am sure that this panel discussion and paper presentations which are to be made, they will fetch a lot of value and you will go richer after the conference is over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this very, very valuable reflection. Of course, as said by our high dignitary, the relation between opportunity and challenges is very, very beautiful. And they only complement each other so much. And in our fraternity, of course, this beautiful relation between these two elements only add to the value, role, and responsibility of our profession and the professionals in here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you one again. And I think this is on this very, very essence will our deliberations of the day be guided today. Said that, my pleasure now to invite our other dignitary, CA Mahaprasad Adhikari, Governor, Nepal Rashtra Bank, to give his reflections to us.
Thank you, Sivaniji. ICAN President and also the chair of this opening session, Shri Bhaskar Singh Lala, Excellency SAFA President, Mr. H.M. N.I.K. Bandara, Excellency SAFA Vice President, Shri Mr. Nihar N. Jambusharia, ICAN Vice President, Mr. Gafle and Rice, Mr. Mainali, Director General, Inland Revenue Department, similarly, former President of the SAFA, former President of the ICAN, all council members, likewise, Mr. Mohammed Kabir, from council member and past president of ICA Bangladesh, all speakers, panelists, dignitaries, and participants, delegates from SAFA member bodies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and namaste. In fact, I'm pleased to be part of this program, and so I'd like to thank Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal and the SAFA for organizing this invaluable event in Kathmandu and having this opportunity to address the inaugural session. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all our guests from the SAFA member bodies here in Kathmandu on behalf of Nepal Rashtra Bank and at my own. Friends, we are living in the era of globalization. The rise in cross-border transaction, mobility of the capital, goods, and services across the countries have resulted in an integration of whole world to become single market. As a result, the matter of taxation across border has become a major area of concern for both business enterprises and also the taxation authorities across the countries. The subject of arm's length transaction, taxation and transaction of non-residents, and cross-border e-commerce, double taxation, and advance ruling are some of the issues remain always pertinent. Similarly, the digital currency has also become another important topic today in the financial world, along with the concept of neo-banking and digital banking. In this regard, we have observed that the many countries have already launched central bank digital currency as their legal tender, and most other countries are in the course of exploring it. To explore the prospect of the CBDC in the country, Nepal Rashtra Bank, in its monetary policy 2021-22, announced to carry out the study about central bank digital currency. As per the plan, a study was done and a concept report has been prepared and released for the public consultation. CBDC is a journey towards digital currency from the physical currency. We have to address various challenges that may come up during implementation. I hope joint efforts of government entities, private sector, technology providers, and public will be helpful to sort out these challenges that would promote digital financial services and take Nepal into an era of digital economy through CBDC. Finally, ICAN and SAFA have jointly organized this conference on international taxation and digital currency at a very pertinent time I hope very fruitful and brainstorming sessions will be undertaken at the conference, and confident that it will come out with appropriate policy recommendations. Finally, I wish all the success to the conference. At the same time, I would also like to apologize for not being here for all opening session and first session, technical session, due to my emergency meeting that has been called on. So I have to take leave. Thank you for your kind listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed for your very valid reflections. I am sure we will get to hear him back at the second technical session, which is lined up towards the evening today. And allow me to share that we have two technical sessions lined up after the opening ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. Each session shall delve into experts-led deliberations on the elements of the theme that we have brought to you this time under the SAFA conference. Said that, I now have the privilege of steering you to the keynote speech of the conference. And ladies and gentlemen, with much pride, pleasure, and gratitude, please welcome our keynote speaker, the President of SAFA himself, Mr. H.M. Henaike Bandara.
Good afternoon to all of you. C.A. Nihar Jambuzaria, Vice President, SAFA. C.A. Bhaskar Singh Lala, President, ICA, as well as the Vice President, C.A. Sujan Kumar. Our guest of honor, he just left the place, guest of honor, C.A. Mahaprasad Adhikari, Governor, Nepal Rashtra Bank. Delegates from SAFA member bodies, Dr. Subodh, past president of SAFA, past president of ICAN, my good friends, council members, session chairman, moderators, panelists, distinguished invitees, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to be associated with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal at the SAFA conference. Your institute has been in the forefront of the accountancy profession, contributing to excellence in its sphere of activity. It performs vital functions towards the development of industry and commerce of your country. I'm delighted to note that your members serve as board members, head of corporates, CFOs, regulators, policymakers, tax practitioners, and consultants, so on, and making valuable contribution for the national economy and the society at large. In addition, as professional accountants in business, they support the business enterprises to create value and fulfill the demands of all stakeholders, including the regulators and the government. Therefore, let me congratulate the President and the Council of your institute for hosting the SAFA conference coinciding with your 25th anniversary celebration. In fact, we have been discussing with your President as well as the Vice President to have an event in Nepal from January onwards. But unfortunately, due to the COVID situation, we were not able to have that program in the month of January. Thereafter also, there were so many requests, but finally, we were able to decide that somehow we should have this events in the month of December. So that is why all of us are here. Perhaps you may be aware that South Asian Federation of Accountants was the first regional grouping of professionals in the South Asian region, formed even before the South Asian Association of Regional Cooperation, known as SARCC, was born, which speaks volumes of the far-sighted thinking of our members as well as the institutes. Additionally, unlike other professional groupings which have since been formed in our region, SAFA has proved to be a dynamic association with far greater interaction among its members. I'm happy to mention that the founder president of CMA, Sri Lanka, and current board member of SAFA, Professor Lakshmana Ratawala, who is in the audience, is one of the signatories to form the SAFA way back in 1984. The first ever SAFA conference was held in 1985, and we celebrated the 39th foundation day of SAFA on the 22nd of August in Delhi. The year 2022 is very significant to all of us, as one of the founder members of SAFA hosted the 21st World Congress of Accountants in November. In the history of 118 years of World Congress, it was a proud moment for the accounting fraternity in South Asia. The South Asian region, which is heir to great ancient civilization, today faces exciting prospects and is on the threshold of new era of prosperity and stability. In this scenario, the profession of accountancy would undoubtedly be at the center stage and play a lead role in guiding the region to a position worthy of its historic past. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now touch upon the theme of the conference. For the first time ever in international tax matters, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, known as OECD, and G20 countries work together to develop the OECD G20 Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, that is BEPS, package to equip governments with domestic and international instruments needed to tackle the tax avoidance. At the request of G20 leaders in 2015, the OECD established the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework on BEPS, now covering 141 members representing wide diversity of economic profiles, including a significant number of developing countries. I noted that even the names of India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka are also included in this list. They are committed to implementing the BEPS measures to undertake peer reviews concerning the BEPS minimum standards and to finalize the remaining standard setting work, in particular in relation to transfer pricing. At the same time, addressing the tax challenges raised by digitalization is currently the top priority for the inclusive framework and has been a key area of focus of the BEPS project since its inception. This work has delivered several important outputs covering both direct and indirect tax issues. As of November 2021, 137 member jurisdictions of the inclusive framework, representing more than 90% of global GDP, have joined landmark agreement to address the tax challenges arising from the digitalization of the economy. The two-pillar solutions and detailed implementation plan endorsed by G20 finance ministers and central bank governors at their meeting in October provided an ambitious timeline for the effective implementation of the new rules by 2023. In fact, they have released the latest progress report in October 2022. In that report, they have highlighted all what they intend to implement during the 2023 and beyond that. In that context, the theme of the conference, International Taxation and Digital Currency, is both timely and relevant, and I must congratulate the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal and the organizing committee for selecting such an excellent theme for deliberation. In conclusion, I wish to mention that SAFA conferences and seminars of this nature have provided splendid opportunities for members of member institutes to meet fellow professionals in the South Asian region, exchange ideas and experiences, and above all, build firm friendship. At the same time, the conference provides for us the opportunity to meet and consider very relevant subjects from the regional standpoint. It will no doubt be educative and should broaden our perspective and help us to play a more substantive role in taking the region forward, particularly because of the new economic environment which is being created in our respective countries. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank all the speakers and panelists who will share their valuable time, expertise, and experience. I would like to thank all of you for helping make this conference a success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed. It was, I'm sure, a matter of great pleasure to be hearing this keynote from the SAFA president himself, and to all the members of SAFA, all the members of the fraternity, and especially to us here in Nepal. It's a matter of great pride to be hosting you here in Nepal. So thank you for this opportunity, and honor to the SAFA president and to the entire SAFA board members, advisors, and all our esteemed delegates who made it here despite your very, very valuable and very engaging schedule. We very much look forward to hosting many more such convergences, which would only add to the to bettering the cohesion, the cooperation, and synergy of the professionals under this umbrella, which we are so proud of. Said that, ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking the high dignitaries up on the panel. Thank you so much. As we come to the close of the opening ceremony, we thank you for your for gracing us up here on stage. And with the permission from the chair himself, I announce the adjournment of the opening session of the SAFA conference, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stated earlier, now from this particular point, what we are looking forward to under the conference itself are two sessions, each technical in nature. As you know, that the conference is themed at international taxation and digital currency. What we are expecting out of all the deliberations here inside the hall is looking at our respective niches, about where we are, what our strengths and the shortcomings are, vis-a-vis the stature of the taxation scenario globally. And the challenge for the developing side of the world, as you all know, is on the one hand to upscale our own abilities and apparatus, at the same time to meet the pace at which the global momentum is on. And then for a region which incorporates members who are, again, very different in their economic status and in the way that things are progressing ahead. It's quite a challenge to keep ourselves at the same page, in fact, and to create a synergy which would only help us, move ahead together. So this is where we're trying to intervene by holding the expert-led deliberations comprising of stalwarts from the region itself in the sector to look at our respective niches and to find a way forward. So that, ladies and gentlemen, our first session, technical session under the conference is on international taxation. And you know that international taxation has become so central to for us to be able to respond to to globalization of all sorts, especially capital mobility and increased trade in service. And because taxes largely affect the financial as well as the operational behaviors of the stakeholders in this element. And a country's tax base and even its comparative advantage depends, as you all know, in the difference between the tax structures across the countries of a region. Therefore, in this light, understanding the international taxation, we believe, is a very progressive function, as the elements around it, around this taxation system that includes policies, the behavior of the stakeholders are dynamic in nature. So this makes things quite tricky, and that is where we try to bring up to the surface the deliberations and the technicalities and the realities under it. So that is the relevance or the significance of this technical session, which is themed at international taxation and transfer pricing. So without further ado, allow me to invite up on stage the session chair himself, who has already joined us, Mr. Rameshwar Dangal, the Revenue Secretary, Ministry of Finance of the Government of Nepal. May I have the pleasure of inviting the session chair up on stage. The paper presenter now, ladies and gentlemen, for this session, C.A. Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, who is currently serving as a Central Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and has already served as a Central Council member during the year 2010, 2013 and 2016. May I now have the pleasure of inviting up on stage the panelists for the session, beginning with Mr. Dirgha Raj Mainali, who is the current Director General of Inland Revenue Department under the Ministry of Finance, Nepal. He possesses over 3 decades of experience working as a civil servant. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, C.A. Sudarshan Raj Pandey, past President ICAN, who served the Institute during the year 2011-12 and as a council member of the Institute from 2000 to 2003 and 2009 to 12. He is a fellow member of ICAN and ACAI and has obtained diploma in information system audits from ACAI. Our next panelist, Mr. Muhammad Humayun Kabir FCA, currently serving as council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Bangladesh and has also served as president of ICAP in the year 2008 and has been elected the council member of ICAP for 8 consecutive times from 2001 to 2024. Our last but not the least panelist, Mr. Awais Yassin, who is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Pakistan. He is an honorary treasurer as well as chairman of CPD committee of the Institute and has done his LLB from the Punjab University Law College in Lahore and a certified director from LUMS. He's currently working as a company secretary of Lahore Electric Supply Company Limited. A very warm welcome to all our esteemed panelists up here. Turning to the session chair, we have about 1 hour 20 minutes for the panel. We have segregated the entire deliberations, and I'm sure the chair has the schedule. So I have the privilege of assisting you with the timekeeping. So I will notify you with a gesture at the end of each segment here in the panel. Said that, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of handing over the floor to the session chair, the Revenue Secretary, Mr. Rameshwar Dangal now.
It's okay.
Can we have the microphones, please? All right, sir. You could proceed and we will arrange for the microphone.
Okay. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I would like to thank organizing committee, ICAN Nepal, for organizing this very important conference on the international taxation and digital currency, and this basically this the technical session 1 in relation to the international taxation and transfer pricing. I think this is very pertinent issue in the tax administration, and in the context of Nepal, I think we have to understand it very well, and we have to implement this in our tax administration. So we need, this is very needful intervention which is done by the ICAN Nepal. So I would like to thank for organizing this program, and I also like to thank for giving me opportunity to be a chair of this very important session. As our MC has already mentioned that in this session we will have one paper presentation by CA Sanjay Kumar Agrawal, and then we have 4 panelists. They are already in the dais, and I should not introduce again because they have been already introduced. So without further delay, I would like to invite our paper presenter CA Sanjay Kumar Agrawal to make his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nepal. Thank you very much. Mr. Rameshwar Dangal, Secretary, Revenue, Ministry of Finance, Nepal. The panelists on the dais, Mr. Dirga Raj, Director General, Inland Revenue Department of Nepal. CA Sudarshan Raj Pandey, Past President ICAN. CA Mohammed, Council Member from Bangladesh. Awais, my past President Nihar Jambusaria, President SAFA, and various delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you, when I have been given the topic, can I have the presentation? Yeah. Let me tell you, friends, I'll make the first things complex, and then I will try to see this, that whether we are in a position to get some solution for it. I give you an example how the international taxation is going to impact any country. I am not a resident of any country because I am not fulfilling any of the residential criteria of any of the country in the world. Yes, this is possible. I travel in the air for more than 182 days because every country is having a minimum criteria for a residential status in a country. There are people, those who are traveling and they are not in country for more than 10 days, 5 days in one country of the world. I have investment in more than 10 countries. I am not a director in any of those countries' companies. This is being handled by professional directors. This is being managed by various professionals. We hold individual investments, corporate investment, trust investment. I am a beneficiary of a trust which is incorporated in a country where there is zero taxation. Now tell me, my friends, if I give an advice or I supply a material, which country should pay the taxes? Direct taxes. Indirect taxes, I am not talking about it because it will be on consumption based. Which country? So this is the complexity which has resulted into various countries thinking about what we should do. And as such, they have brought certain things, and as the president said that there are various countries, those who have come and entered into an agreement for a common point that which country should charge how much taxes and should bear how much tax. Friends, what we do in the international tax, that the changes which are there in the technology. I was looking to a machine which is being imported in India from US, and that machine was having a sensor on it. Now that sensor collect the data of that machine. Primarily, the supplier says, I will use this sensor only for the purpose of detecting the malfunctioning in your machinery. But the technology uses that particular data, and that data analysis is used by a different company which is not at arm's length. Somebody was talking about the arm's length also. So that result into transfer pricing also. So this is something, the changes in the technology, who owns the data, who uses the data, and who earns out of that data. Today in Google, if you enter something, then it captures. And that is available somewhere free of cost, but who's earning out of that is not yet determined. So the technology is changing the lot of effect and move of the technology, the factors of the production, globalization economy, opening of the boundaries, and these are the few challenges which are being faced in this. That is why we have tried to see this, that BEPS is, that is the base erosion and profit shifting. As an entrepreneur, I would not like to pay any tax. This is, you can say, but for doing this, what I do, I shift my management of the things in such a manner that they are placed in low tax regimes. And as such, we do not pay taxes at all in those regimes. So the fiscal taxes and duties, etc., we manage in such a way. But this BEPS action plan, what they say, no, we will try to tax you. And for that, OECD has brought a 15 action point in various multinational enterprises. This has been entered by more than 130 countries. And this is the 15 action point which has been brought by this, the coherence, the substance, transparency, and certainty. The 15 point is in the digital economy, which my friend is going to refer, hybrid mismatch, and all these are various complexities which are being to be addressed in these three pillars. Now, BEPS action plan, what it says. Pillar 1 says modification of profit allocation nexus rules. Now, they will provide the method in which the taxation, for example, just in a simple language, what they say that if I supply a good or a services to a country, let us say the Nepal provides to India. Now they say if you are earning a margin of 10%, no issue. But beyond 10%, if you are earning, let us say 25%, then 15%, which is above 10%, you need to pay a minimum tax of some amount in the country in which you are earning the profit, like India. So they are trying to provide the rules of nexus in this, and then they are trying to relocate the taxing rights, etc. And pillar 2 talks about the minimum taxation in that regard. Now, the amount A which I was talking, what is the pillar 1 says? The addresses issue of reallocation of taxing rights. As I said you, that the investor may be in X country, it is owned by a trust in Y country, and like this, the reallocation rights are discussed in pillar 1. The OECD has provided in 3 parts. Part A, administration, how it will be administrated, then what the certainty will be there, and what are the related issues to. So the administration, how it will be done. So they say a return, standard return is required to be filed by a multinational company. Here they are saying there has to be a threshold limit. And that threshold limit, people, they are global companies, they are required to file a return. A standard return will be determined by all those countries, those who have signed. It is yet to come, but they have principally agreed on this point, and that return will provide all information on which the taxation will have the impact. Part 2 talks about the tax certainty framework. Consistency, initial phase will be around 6 months. Then there will be a guidance, model, templates, indicators, rules, and revenue sources will be provided in this particular part 2. Part 3 will be providing the tax certainty for issue related to amount A. So the potential impact on amount A, all TP provisions, permanent establishment, which country is to be treated as permanent establishment will be resolved, and unresolved issue will also be in this, and then mutual agreement procedures is also required to be. Part 3 will provide the tax certainty for issue related to amount A, which I was talking, that over and above of 10%, where and how much is required to be taxed in which country. So what will be the existing tax treaty, how the EU dispute will be resolved, and all these things are required to be handled in this part. Now, global minimum taxation. Now, companies should pay minimum taxation in the regime. Since there was a overlapping of the session, I would like to complete and will like to have the interaction with the participant in this regard. I'm not taking much of the time on this. The minimum taxation of 15% is being proposed in this OECD. Now, let me tell you what this OECD is doing today. They put a paper for the public consultation. They invite the various stakeholders' comments, and on the basis of those comments, they will determine a policy which will be binding to all the countries, those who have signed, and they have to bring the law in a over period of time. Now, what happens when it comes for the public comments? We have found that nobody gives that comments. And when they decide about on the basis of those comments, and later on we cry that since our country is not being looked, they are not being taken care. So we at India, not only our revenue department, sir, but we ourselves as from the ICI started responding to all these public consultation paper. And we wanted to present that how it is affecting the developing country like us. Those who are developed, they are already decided about various issues. They have brought minimum taxation. They have brought so many other taxation, equalization levies we introduced in India also. And OECD, this OECD consultation paper, when they are finalized at that time, they bring all those things in that consultation paper. UAE also recently have launched the corporate taxation. Let me tell you, where zero taxation was there, UAE is going to have a taxation regime very soon. So what are the issues which are there in geopolitical? The EU recently agreed on the date which Sir was also telling that the implementation of global effective rate, which is going to be around 15%, they have agreed, and the members by 2023 they are going to have the law. Then Australia Taxation Office, they have also published a draft taxation ruling in this D4, receipt from licensing and distribution of software to be considered and taxed as royalty. They have defined the royalty as distribution of software. Then they states the ability to grant any license is an exclusive right of copyright holder. So these are the issue which are there in the Australia. Then Pillar 1 and 2 of Australia is also 40 consultation paper they have brought. The questions of basic implementation, 16 questions for design, and rest 24 for globe rules. Then USA also introduced US book minimum taxation 15%. This 15% on global taxation have been brought from there, imposing minimum corporate taxation rate on the companies whose average annual adjusted profit for 3 consecutive years exceed 1 billion USD. So there is a threshold limit. It is not that all small entrepreneurs are subject to these rules. So there will be global companies, only those who are going to effect on it. So friends, this is something complexity I have brought before you in the beginning, so that after these tempestuous learns, at least we should realize that what taxation we should. So what we are doing in India also, that we are suggesting our government that you should start taxing all such income which are hidden or beyond a margin of 10%, which is being set by. Then there are certain transactions like credit cards. Today I swipe a credit card in Nepal, the money is being used in Dubai, the profit is being earned in USA. So all these taxation will be answered in these decisions which they will have, that which country has to pay which tax. For this, thank you very much for a patient listening. I am once again thankful to SAFA and ICAN for giving me an opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, for your very comprehensive and insightful presentation. But at the same time, I think this is quite complex and complicated issue as well. So, to it help us to initiate the discussion in this panel, so I request CA Sudarshan Raj Pandey. Maybe you start. To complement this presentation and give some way forward for Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for a wonderful paper you have presented. Definitely, it's a very challenging aspect which we are daring to discuss also, particularly in a country like Nepal. Particularly in a country like Nepal, where the selection between investment and taxing right is very, very critical. But let me start with saying that even in a given situation, tax avoidance is being awarded nicely. Definitely, evasion we are not encouraging, but there is a possibility of avoiding. Whatsoever, whether we call it as avoiding or evasion, this will lead to the loss of revenue collection right to the country and ultimately affect the best erosion in any tax regime. Of course, tax the obligation depends upon the multi activities. Like Mr. Agrawal rightly said, there are multiple countries involved in generating the taxation obligation. Of course, indirect taxation is largely depend upon the consumption basis, so there may not be any criticality in the indirect taxation. But of course, in the case of taxation, direct taxation, we have got such a criticality all the time. Many occasions we tend to find difficulties in segregating between the tax evasion and tax avoidance also. That could lead to wrong interpretation of the application and the right of using the collection of tax also. The international tax largely depends upon the concept of the people choosing the country where to divert the invest. Of course, there is a very interesting behavior from every investor how to minimize their tax obligation lawfully. Of course, the country like Nepal, as I spaced right before also, finds very difficult situation in imposing the tax right of collection of tax right. If it tries to impose a tax by stricting the regulation regarding the international taxation, it may tend to lose the opportunity of foreign investment also, which is also very much required by the developing country like Nepal. Of course, the developed country already has that completed. They have exhausted their appetite, so they can do left and right in imposing the international taxation mechanism to minimize their tax risk. But countries like Nepal and other developing countries will find very difficult in addressing those kind of situation. Anyway, in these days, though Nepal is not a signatory in OECD or G20, but we try to understand the implications adopted by the G20 or the OECD for implementing international taxation system in Nepal. Normally, we have adopted several formalities or procedures in imposing international taxation system in Nepal. We have done several DTAs in this regard. DTAs, largely we follow OECD model and sometimes EU model also, but where we confirm taxing right on the royalties, interest, dividend, capital gain, like activities. But in some cases, we have considered right of capital gain tax to the other country also. And when we are going with the DTA, we have accepted no tax to the country, to the host country in the case of the flown revenue tax and shipping operation. That means the country who is enjoying double tax avoidance treaty will not have to pay flown revenue tax in Nepal, but other countries will have to pay the tax in Nepal. So we have concluded 11 double tax avoidance treaties so far, starting from India, Norway, Australia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Thailand, South Korea, Mauritius. With this country, we have concluded the double tax avoidance treaty. We have several concepts of using international taxation in Nepal. Particularly, the law is quite clear in the international taxation, but it requires some kind of explanation down the line. We normally used to tend to follow certain principalities in arresting the double tax international taxation, like concept of residence and non-residence, where the residence tax will be subject to a global income. And in the case of non-resident, they are exposed to tax for the income having source in Nepal. But of course, is source in Nepal also becoming very, very critical, as the tendency of using multilateral countries and multi-layers of transaction sometimes gives very illusion in the source, identifying the source also. We have got the concept of thin capitalization. That means the person can equity and loan but the composition of equity and loan should not be thin. That kind of mechanism also we do have. We have transfer pricing arm's length mechanism that requires a regulation of TP guidelines is very much essential, because this arm's length principle, though we talk nicely in a principled manner, but this is a very, very complicated aspect and requires very thorough implementing guidelines in this procedure. We follow the source principle for taxing the international tax in Nepal. Similarly, we have got foreign PE concept also inbuilt in our tax mechanism. And thanks goes to the department. They have already issued the PE guidelines for implementing the foreign permanent established situation in Nepal. We have double tax avoidance treaty. We have got that provision clarity in the law. That means the provision established in the double tax avoidance treaty shall prevail the law. The preferential right will be available to the country who is having double tax avoidance treaty. That means if the tax rate is lower in the country, the lower tax rate will apply. And if the tax rate is lower in the double tax avoidance agreement, the lower rate will be applied as per the DTAA. And finally, we also have a unilateral tax credit mechanism. That means it encourages the resident of Nepal to do foreign activity. That means even Nepal does not have DTAA with that country, the foreign tax paid in that country is available for tax credit in Nepal. This kind of activity is going forward toward the international taxation mechanism in Nepal. But of course, we require further clarity and the guidelines in arresting this international taxation system. Thank you so much for this time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sudarshan, for highlighting the practices, the tax administration in Nepal regarding the international taxation and transfer pricing. So he has mentioned the things what we have been practices and what will be the way forward. So I thank you for his insightful discussion. So now I invite Mr. Muhammad Humayun Kabir to give his remarks in this issue.
Good afternoon. Gentlemen in the dais, because time is short, but the topics today presented by our respected CA Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, he actually talked on this issue in the recently held Mumbai World Congress. Probably many of you attended there. The theme or the topics is brought before you. At least I will say that is not very easy thing. It is, but obviously it must be comprehensible to the people like you, because the society, revenue administration, the country, they expect from you to guide the nation. From the Nepali side, Sundarji has presented, he referred to the two things. One is the double taxation avoidance agreement, DTAA, and the transfer pricing issue. So long international taxation was confined to this issue. You know, DTA was one of the steps to, I will say that, to restrict the evasion and control the avoidance of the international taxation. And secondly, the transfer pricing, as many of country, including in Bangladesh, already is very much integral part of our taxation law. And you know that it was mainly attempted to catch the tax evasion by when the foreign investment is welcomed by every nation, particularly the developing nations, because foreign direct investment brings foreign currency, it brings you employment, it gives you the technology transfer. Obviously, it is a very well encouraged issue globally. And global transfer of money has become now, it's a quickly transfer. There is no restriction many of the nation now follow. Particularly when the capital transfer is becoming opening by various nation now, other than some small developing country, because recently after the war issue, we have many restriction on this issue. But when the transfer of global transaction or the transfer of fund, global transfer increases, it has been witnessed that even the developing nation, why they have the OECD has come forward now. They have seen that reduces the taxation in their jurisdiction. Therefore, they wanted to catch those money now. And therefore, all this issue has come. Now, therefore, the professional people like you and us, you have to understand the whole purpose and the mechanism and how the developing nation can protect their interest with this new development. I will say that Mr. Agarwal has presented very nicely. Earlier, as he said, he has termed two issues, the base erosion and the transfer of profit or earning transfer. Now, earlier it was thought that in the jurisdiction where the business operation is done, the intercompany transaction or sister company transaction, one of the means of transferring the profit from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction, particularly from the higher taxation jurisdiction to lesser jurisdiction of economies. Therefore, the transfer pricing mechanism was an issue that time. The role of accountants, professional accountants, there was very significant, because when let me recall one of the great statement, if I remember correctly, Mr. Chidambaram, a couple of years back, he was the finance minister of India. He said that one of the important issues is the non-adversarial tax administration of the important issue. Because either the investment coming from within the economy or from the outside as FDI, if the administration does not exercise the law impartially and unbiasedly, then it is a problem, big problem. Now, why I make this statement? Because while exercising this global development contemporary issue, we have to take note of the importance of reform of our internal revenue administration, training of the local people, the tax collecting people. If they misunderstood, if they misapply, then whole purpose, whole negotiation, everything become useless. So therefore, for the developing nation, we have one way, understand what the new process is evolving and participate in this evolving process. When there is a discussion paper is there, give our input to that, protect the developing nations can have their protection. Secondly, equip our own tax collecting people and professional people like you, so that when the implementation comes, it becomes truly unbiased and as per law the implementation is done. Otherwise, a lot of litigation will arise and ultimately whole purpose will be frustrated. Before I came here, today's Mr. Agarwal was referring to, wherever the international this transfer pricing or the international taxation is, we have to discuss. You have to understand that lot of contemporary documentation is required. Many of the developing nations do not have this documentation skill or how to read those documentation. Because if you fail to read those documentation, forgetting taxation, you will be in a difficult scenario. One of the good things today, Mr. Agarwal forefronted, many of the good nations, they are already practicing. Japan is one of them, I can mention. That earlier, the thought process that key word was permanent establishment in international taxation. Where a foreign entity is doing business in your jurisdiction, then the question of charging or levying the taxes came. But now it is not the issue. You may not have the permanent establishment within the jurisdiction, the taxing jurisdiction. If they conduct your business transaction, then the jurisdiction has the right to tax those economic transactions. I can share with proud privilege that in Bangladesh, we have these two things now. We have recently both in direct taxation as well as in indirect taxation, even the entities, they do not have permanent establishment, but if they have carried out business like Amazon, just to give you an example, they have to pay the taxes out of the business they have carried out in Bangladesh jurisdiction. Law is there, practically it is different, Therefore, like similar way, this new issue, this now the G20, they are spokesperson of the OECD, they have now come out the minimum taxation. This minimum taxation is also in Bangladesh jurisdiction is applicable. It has a, I would say, negative side of implication, what our entrepreneur is facing, both locally and the international entrepreneur. But since it is already, Mr. Agarwal referred to the dominant economy, who is the influential guy, jurisdiction in the G20, the decision-making process, US has already implemented this. And European Union is now, some of the country probably has come forward and others is under discussion process. Why they have come forward with now the minimum 15%? Earlier they came, this team led by the World Bank and the IMF, they have advised us, oh, no, don't do this. You cannot interfere or restriction. But why they now developing come forward with minimum taxation concept? Because they have seen that has driving away their revenue to the tax havens once they have advocated themselves. Therefore, now we the professional people, we need to understand the motive of the new ruling coming. And unless we understand and think intrinsically of this process, then I will say that as a professional accountant, we will fail to our own profession and to the country we belong. So in short time, because I don't want to lengthen this, only I will request you, when this erosion is the base, that is the profitability or transfer evasion process there, to help the tax administration, they follow how do you identify this evasion, how you will measure it. Because every documentation, multinational company, everybody is up, it is audited by one of you and by other. They have all the documentation process. But you cannot do any presumptive action. Therefore, each institute, the professional accountant organization, we need to train our members how to exercise this to, this documentation process, how to find out the loopholes therein, or rather, I will not say the loopholes, there is a negative way, rather to understand this, the profit split or the base value erosion and transferability, how this is carried out. Therefore, we need to understand, and much more discussion is ongoing. I will say that we will keep everybody ourselves updated from our own initiative. Also we should join, participate all the workshops and conferences conducted by the East Institute and in the region through the SAFA forum like today. We should encourage our members to participate so that we can learn East from other jurisdictions. So thank you. Let me conclude there because time I think is over. Time doesn't permit me to talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for providing your perspective, especially the practices in Bangladesh in regards to international taxation. Now I invite Mr. Yunus Yassin, Awais Yassin, fellow member and honorary treasurer of ICMAP. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude and congratulate SAFA and ICAN for holding such a wonderful event in Nepal. And I express my privilege to have a panelist on this post event. I would like to thank also Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Kabir, who have maintained a base for better understanding of the participants. about the bit knowledge about the transfer pricing and BEPS, as explained by base erosion and profit sharing by multinational group. Actually, as Mr. Kabirwala said that the multinational companies uh, charge their tax at the country where profit rate is less, and then park in the other country where profit is higher. So, in order to in order to detect this avoidance of tax, OECD have started multinational convention, and in Pakistan, Federal Board of Revenue, who is responsible for the all tax collection, he have already adopted the OECD multi-dimensional convention, multilateral agreement, and FBR has also developed wonderful laws in Pakistan, which is going to be implemented. I would like to explain three main reports which are mandatory for multinational group, which are being adopted in Pakistan. One is, first of all, the CBC report, country by country. Every multinational group, multinational company whose turnover is more than 750 million euros, they are bound to prepare this CBC report. And the second one is master file, which is also prepared by the multinational group. And third one is local file, the companies which are transferring assets between the associated group. So these three these three reports are being required by Federal Board of Revenue in Pakistan, and these are not mandatory filing, but on call, Federal Board of Revenue can demand this information. And I would like to highlight that in previous 1 year, Federal Board of Revenue has collected more than 5 billion under these demand of information from a multinational group. And going forward, definitely, this would be a good practice for FBR. And as Agarwala said, that there is a minimum tax of 15% for multinational group. So Pakistan already have developed laws that they are charging 15% minimum tax for multinational group who have the companies in in other country. Then there is concept of CFC, controlled foreign company, in which the resident of Pakistan have a company in any other country, and he received dividend or profit from that company. That would be also as treated as a dividend, and also would be taxed under the law of Pakistan, which is 15% minimum tax rate. And mm, further, FBR also have required these three reports for annual filing of returns with the department. Uh, this is all about Pakistan. This is transfer pricing and international tax. Briefly, I explain. Due to shortage of time, I think if the chair required further information, I can further deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yasin, for providing the Pakistani perspective in the international taxation. So now I invite Mr. Dirgaraj Mainali, Director General of Inland Revenue Department, Nepal, to give his perspective on this issue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sanjay Agrawal presented very excellent regarding international taxation and transfer pricing. Thank you very much for your presentation. And our previous speakers has been explained regarding these issues. And in Nepalese context and Nepalese perspectives. Mr. S.R. Pandey, FC, also explained in detail. But in the context of Nepal, in our Income Tax Act has been arranged regarding international taxation and transfer pricing. There is clarity in policy, but in practice, we have problem, and the new things is arises day by day. Digital economy and globalization of these all things that will happen rapidly. So, in some cases, the double taxation avoidance is to avoid double taxation. In sometimes this also came into double non-taxation issues also. That's why it is very a critical issue. And now we have introduced digital taxation systems from this year. This is a 15%, 13% plus 2%. That will also help to control this transfer pricing. And in some issues, there may be thin capitalizations, and sometimes we face capital flights because cross-border transaction is very challenging for Nepal. And foreign direct investment and multinational companies tax behavior, sometimes it is also challenging, and we need to manage these all things to and protect taxing right, tax jurisdiction, and to manage all things. So I think this seminar is very fruitful for us to work in international taxations and transfer pricing area to develop some policies and some guidelines also. The global minimum tax is another good idea to tax on international transactions. So we'll work in this area, and thanks for ICAN. And I think the role of tax professionals and intermediaries and tax administration is very important to manage these issues, and we work together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG, for your perspective in this issue. So now, though we are running out of time, so I give some time for the question and answer. So if you have any queries with any specific panelist, so raise your hand and ask the question and refer to the specific panelist. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights on the topic of international taxation. And being a part of a developing country, as Mr. Agrawal also mentioned, that there have been some issues that have been noted due to which developing countries and mostly even African countries are resistant to applying those BEPS framework regarding digital taxation. So my question is to the entire panel and even to Mr. Sanjay Agrawal, is that what are some of the factors that we need to consider as a developing country that can hinder us or that can bring us resistance in applying the BEPS framework for action plan 1? And my another question is that most of the countries has used unilateral measures regarding digital service taxation that has been used even in Bangladesh, India and Nepal to tax foreign companies, MNCs. So in case we apply the BEPS framework, will we have to repeal those provisions, or will it work together with those pillar 1 and pillar 2? Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, the question of developing country is this, that the profit margin which the multinationals are gaining, it must come to their knowledge. As I said, that if a product is or a service has come to Nepal or any other country, the supplier who is a multinational enterprise, how much profit they are attributing on that particular thing. Now, for that, the rules are being framed, and those, if implemented, then they are supposed to file the returns in the all jurisdictions where they are supposed to disclose the profits, and in respect of the turnover, or you may say anything which they are now determining, that return format, etc., where they will disclose and they will pay the taxes on that. So far as the direct levies, for example, we have in India equalization levy and then digitization levy, etc. These are all are to be repealed after all agreements are being signed and implemented in respective countries, because then it is the taxation at the global level. The companies have to give their tax on the global turnover with the respective countries. So this is, they have to repeal. This is my answer.
Okay. Any more questions? So it means very okay.
Thank you. And just there was no other question, so I was just giving one comment. First of all, I'm extremely thankful. Very well presentation by Mr. Agarwal and our all technical experts. So thank you very much for providing this information. One comment actually you made just during the presentation, that was the issue for considering the residency test, and that is very important. And just Pakistan has introduced a new law. Although we as a Pakistan, when we are working on the tax side and learning, and we get a lot of learning from the Indian law, from the decisions of the Indian court, and that are very well guided, because the baseline of the taxation is the same in the both countries, and we can take the guidance. But at this moment, Pakistan has introduced in this budget, last budget in June 2022, and they have, in addition to the number of days stay, they have added one more task, that the person should be a tax resident of any other country. If the person is not a tax resident of any other country and the person is a national of the Pakistan or any other jurisdiction, then automatically, irrespective of his number of days stay in Pakistan, he will be considered as tax resident in Pakistan. So this, obviously, although this question is quite important, needs a lot of deliberation and the things, but this one step has been taken, and because this is a recent step, now obviously it will be, once the implementation will come and how it will give the result. But now the persons who are residing less than 182 days in Pakistan, they have to give the additional document in order to establish that they are non-resident, that they are resident of any other jurisdiction. So this is only for this. So thank you very much.
I think similarly we have done in India. we have done in India, but we have kept some threshold limit that beyond that income of 15 lakh or so, they are supposed to pay tax in India. So the various countries are, because this has come to the knowledge to the word later on, that there are certain people having a lot of money with them, but they are not paying tax in any jurisdiction because of the various factors which I mentioned in the beginning. The trust model they have done, they are not involved in any management. There is no control which they are formulating because it is being managed by the purely professionals, and they are not in any tax jurisdiction. So the similar type of the taxes are being there in various countries. But as my friend had said, that all these levies will come to end other than individual taxation the moment this OECD model is being implemented, and the uniform returns will be there. So the world at large will know that this person is making this profit in totality in India, UK, USA, or 7 countries. So they will come to know that how much tax is paying in which country. So this is going to come as a information, global information.
So, any of you? Okay.
Good afternoon. My question to the panel, and especially in Nepalese context, the prices that at which the goods gets imported or the services that the country imports, there's often a discussion about like what is arm's length. So my question in if a recipient of a service or a product in Nepal has to establish that it is an arm's length price at which he is buying the services or the goods, then what is that evidence that the department looks at, or what is that SAC should have in its hand to say that okay, this is the document that I can demonstrate that it is at the arm's length? Because the prices are different, for a supplier, one supplier, the one prices could be his profit included. For other supplier, due to various considerations, the prices may differ. So what is that the department is looking at, or what is the guideline in this, if I could get answer? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. This is very challenging job to identify there is an element of arm's length between the cross-border trade and imported goods and services. But the fair presentation and declaration of the importer is very important. If there is no any substantial financial transactions and the relation between exporter outside of the country and importer, and the price may be different in the import size and country other, but there is any element of such transfer pricing. If the tax rate is low or imported from tax haven country, or maybe there is a related party between this company, and sometimes this is a sale company also. That's why it is very difficult to identify and to produce evidence. But if the suspected transactions has been done, this will be analyze and investigate. But after preparing TP guideline, it will be helpful for the identification of such type of transaction is or not. Thank you.
You want to supplement? Just to supplement what has been just been told. You see, for determining the arm length price or the transactional cost, there is a already well-defined several method. It is both in OECD model as well as United Nations UN model, which is already agreed by many countries. One of them is I can recall the comparable, uncontrolled price, what is popularly known as CUP. Then secondly, one of the options from any tax collecting authority, revenue authority, they can determine through the resale price method. See, when another is called that you can on the globally now in different commodity board or something, you can always cross-refer the price during that time. What is the minimum maximum price of anything? Then referring to that, you can go to cost plus method, what they call, what could be the transportation cost, everything you can determine should be the on the border point, what should be that cost. And similarly, already in today's paper you have done, you see all this multinational corporation, they have their audit, they have their financial statement, and what is their gross profit margin, and what is their different geographical location, what business they have done. You can always, there is a method of referring to. If any suspicion transaction, you can refer to any multinational corporate. It is openly now, every country it is available. Therefore, you can go through there by profit split margin method. That's called PSM. A number of issues, those are in length being discussed. Main issue this today's presentation was, base profit shifting and transfer of profit to lower jurisdiction. To arrest those process, one of the things which is not been discussed today is about the thin capital. You see, one of the mechanism through which your debt will be higher and the capital will be lower. But this thing is already established cases, and many of the jurisdiction, they are framing laws how to catch those issues. Therefore, the ALP or the arm length price determination is a well-established case. You can refer to the Google or the UN method or the OECD method. You can have details calculation there. That is the role of the professional accountant is there. Thank you.
Okay. So since we are running out of time, I would like to thank all panelists, presentator of this session. I think and all participants and who raised the very pertinent questions and participate in the discussion. I thank you all for your very productive discussion and participation. I think from the discussions we draw the idea that this international taxation is very complex issue, and especially for the developing country, it is very difficult to tax the global transaction, especially the multinational companies, since they have the tendency to pay the low tax by shifting the income from the low tax regime to from the high tax regime to the low tax regime. And it is also difficult to identify the overall transaction of the own multinational company who run in the many countries, and there are also a challenge of identify their volume of transaction in the specific country. These are some of the issues, and we also discussed about the module we have been practicing in basically in the South Asian region, in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal, and we are doing our best, but still we are lagging behind to properly administer, properly catch up the all international transaction, and especially because of the digital transaction, digital economy is emerging. That also face another challenge for the international taxation. And in context to Nepal, also we are also trying our best to implement this, and we are going to enact our guideline for the transfer pricing and other issues. So these are some of the, I think, the highlight from our discussion. I think this session was very much fruitful for us. I thank ICAN for organizing this conference and choosing this very pertinent issue for the discussion of this conference. And I also thank for providing me to participate as a chair of this technical session. I hope you enjoy the session. I thank you all for your meaningful participation, and I conclude this session. Thank you.
And it's now our turn to extend our bit of gratitude. I would like to request our distinguished panelists to kindly stay back for a moment. Thank you so much for giving us this very, very substantive talk and for the major takeaways in such a limited span of time. And now to make our gratitude formal, may I invite up on stage the ICAN President, C.A. Bhaskar Lal Lala, for extending our gratitude. This is in appreciation for your valuable time and, of course, the insights that you bring along, all to add value to this very, very important panel. We, along with ICAN and SAFA and the entire members in the audience who are present here, we make a presentation of a memento to all our distinguished dignitaries. The ICAN president will be making this presentation. Following this group photo, may I request the ICAN president to kindly step forward and make a presentation of this token of appreciation to the session moderator first, Mr. Rameshwar Dangal, the Revenue Secretary, Ministry of Finance. It's a small artifact, a brass artwork from Nepal. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the excellent moderation of the session. To the paper present, CA Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, the Central Council member, Akai. Thank you, sir, for the great knowledge and the great information and insights that you brought to the fore, that helped largely in steering this session. To all our distinguished panelists, first and foremost, Mr. Dirgharaj Mainali, the Director General, Inland Revenue Department of Nepal. Thank you for the great value that you bring to the panel by your gracious presence and the valuable pool of information that you just shared. CA Sudarshan Raj Pandey, past President, ICAN. Thank you, sir. We very much appreciate the valuable sharing that you added to this session. We are more than pleased and extend this appreciation now to Mr. Muhammad Humayun Kabir, FCA Council Member and past President, ICAN Bangladesh, and Technical Advisor, the SAFA Board. It's a matter of great pride and pleasure to have you here and also have you share your insights in the panel, sir. Last but not the least, Mr. Awais Yassin, fellow member and honorary treasurer, ICNAP. It was a matter of great pride and privilege to have you here in Kathmandu and to hear your valued insights, sir. Thank you, sir. I request all the panelists to kindly step forward for one last group photo. And ladies and gentlemen, let us hear a round of applause, a louder one, as we thank the distinguished members in the panel for the great session that they have just given to us. Now, this ends the technical session 1 that was themed at international taxation and transfer pricing. We have one more technical session left with us, which will be delving into digital currencies. And thereafter, lined up thereafter is the much awaited SAFA Best presented annual report awards, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be conferring felicitation and awards under 16 various categories. We would like to request you all to kindly stay back, and the award ceremony is scheduled at around 5:30. And for now, we take a quick break of about 20 minutes or a little more. We expect you all back in the hall by 4:10. And please guide yourself towards the lobby wherein refreshments is being served. And yes, we would appreciate if you would be seated by 4:10. That's when our technical session, the second session begins. Thank you. Thank you for your great participation. bank over 20 years in different capacities. Now, evolving fast is the digital currencies world, and so are the points of view of various governments, regulatory bodies, and market participants. So this is exactly what we seek to delve into in technical session 2. Said that, I have the pleasure of handing over the floor. Apologies for this. With this, I have the pleasure of handing over the floor to the session chair, Mr. Mahaprasad Adhikari.
Thank you, Shivani ji. Good afternoon once again in this session called Digital Currencies, Evolution and Trend. After the session you had related to international taxation and transfer pricing, considering the topics, I could not deny the request made by ICAN to chair the session. Once again, thanks to ICAN and SAFA for this opportunity to speak as a chair of this session on SAFA conference on international taxation and digital currency 2022. Friends, in this session we have presenter, renowned speaker, CA Chandrasekhar Basantachitale, has already introduced from India, Central Council member from ICAI, will be presenting. On the overall modality of the session, presenter will present within, considering the time constraint we have, it's already overshoot by around half an hour. After that, I'll request Mr. Guru Paudel from Nepal Rashtra Bank, who is the Executive Director at the Payment System Department, to present Nepal's case quickly. Then we have Dr. Vishwas Gauchan, who is also FCA and member of the ICAN, and currently acting as a Executive Director at the Institute of Integrated Development Studies. Then Muhammad Awaz, Council Member ICA Pakistan, and also we have Hasana Kuruppa, Vice President CA Sri Lanka. With with such rich a speaker with us today, let me, without delay, quickly mention about the digital currencies. Yeah, this time, most of the country are in looking forwards towards digital currency. Everyone is talking about digital banking, neo banking, etc. Why this is? What is the policy objective behind this one? How the international communities like BIS or IMF or any other agencies are working on it? How the internationally central banks are moving towards this? Based on the recent information, if we see, very limited central bank has introduced CBDC, central bank digital currency. But almost 95% of the central bank in the world are working on it, moving forward with their appropriate way forward roadmaps to go for replacing their physical currency by the digital currency. Replacing means it's not something that overnight or immediately the currency will be replaced. It's a gradual process. So let us listen about all these process where we are. Recently, we learned that the RBI has already launched its CBDC retail as well as CBDC wholesale recently. We have a presenter from India itself, so we can learn some more about their development and their relations within the 1 or 2 months ahead of their experience as well. So, so let me request Mr. C.A. Chandrasekhar Basantachitale, Central Council member of ICI, for his presentation. My request to him is, though the time allocated as per the original schedule is for half an hour, please try to make it by around 20 minutes. Please, Chitale.
Good evening to all members of ICAN. Namaste. Tapaiलाई kasta cha? Thik cha? And good evening to all SAFA members once again. Honorable Chairman for this session and Governor Nepal Rashtra Bank, CA Mahavir Prasad Adhikari, and also official from this bank. My co-panelists, CA Vishwas Gauchan, Executive Director, the Institute for Integrated Development Studies, Mr. Muhammad Awais, FCA Council Member, ICA Pakistan, Mr. Hassan Krupa, Vice President, CA Sri Lanka and Technical Advisor, SAFA Board, Honorable President SAFA, Vice President SAFA, and also President for ICAN. It's indeed a pleasure to engage this particular session on a very important topic that is talk of the town today. Since I have to confine myself within limited time, I would skip making presentation on PPT. This PPT will be available with ICAN with SAFA. Maybe they can share later on to the members because I will have to skip certain PPTs. So let me start addressing without benefit of PPT. You can keep on moving. They may take it, but I will not move alongside the PPT. So the topic for discussion is the digital currency evolution and trends. Friends, ahead of this session, I had privilege of discussing with Honorable President SAFA, Vice President SAFA, and besides this evolution and trends, it was thought fit that we are the professional, the organization of professionals. So evolution and trend, maybe if you do Google search, you will also be able to get lot of information. We have august presence of Governor of Nepal Rashtra Bank, also various dignitaries. So let us see as a professionals how we can address this topic of central bank digital currency and what is the future of this digital currency. Of course, we will also deal with what is digital currency, commonly called as electronic money or electronic currency. Friends, digital currency or money-like asset is that which is preliminarily managed, stored and exchanged for any on digital or computer system. And like any money, it has the attributes of preserving value, of exchange, and the ownership which is attributed to those digital currencies. In the arena of digital currency, three concepts are in vogue. One is digital currency, virtual currency, and cryptocurrency. And at times, these are used interchangeably. So a question comes to our mind, is there any difference between these three concepts or these are synonyms? To an extent, these may be synonyms, but there is a shade of difference. So what is that difference? In case of digital currency is a broad concept referring to all the monetary asset in digital form. So whatever monetary assets you have in soft form, these are all digital currencies. Virtual currency is a subset of digital currency and cryptocurrency is a subset of virtual currency. A digital currency can be either regulated or unregulated. A regulated digital currency is issued by country's central bank and can be denominated to a sovereign currency. The regulated type of digital currency is thus subject to the country's monetary policy. In case of virtual currency, it is a type of unregulated digital currency. It is issued and controlled by private issuer instead of a central bank. And we have various examples of such digital currency. Various speculative transactions have happened in digital currency. In a day, it has appreciated 50%. Another day, it has depreciated 80%. The main reason is it is not controlled by any sovereign government. Therefore, it is not subject to any monetary policy. A virtual currency can be either centralized or decentralized. Maybe virtual currencies are issued based on digital technologies and blockchain. So either these currencies can be issued centrally by one processors, or maybe you can license various other entities to issue subsets of such currencies. So it may be either centralized or it may be decentralized. Virtual currencies contain cryptography and some of them do not. So cryptocurrency refers to the type of virtual currency that implements cryptography technology to secure and authenticate the currency transactions. Cryptocurrencies depend on blockchain networks Hence, cryptocurrencies are decentralized virtual currencies. So, although these concepts are used interchangeably, there is a shared difference to these particular concepts. In case of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Digicoin, etc., are stored on a decentralized blockchain network where the transactions can happen authenticated and recorded in a public ledger without any third party intervention. So, these digital currencies basically of two types. One is where they can be recorded in some ledger which is available on website or on cloud, and some are token based which are not recorded anywhere. In case where these are stored in a ledger, you get trail of transactions, but in case they are token based, maybe you do not get trail of the transactions. As stated earlier, the type of digital currencies include cryptocurrencies, virtual currencies, and central bank digital currencies, which is of a recent origin. A list of cryptocurrencies are substantial, and the major attention of the financial world was invited to these cryptocurrencies when one of the world's richest person and his company Tesla invested in these cryptocurrencies, and a news was flashed that Tesla boss Elon Musk lost his title of world's richest person after recent slide in the electronic car maker's shares, and mainly it was not because of results of the car business, but it was because of investment of Tesla into cryptocurrency. So they suffered especially steep fall in this week, tried to the firm's recent risky 1.5 billion investment in Bitcoin, and thereafter the alarm bell was rung, and everybody started thinking of the nuances of this cryptocurrency. A year after introduction of Bitcoin, Bitcoin is one of the most popular cryptocurrency, which is not regulated by any central bank. It is raised by private individuals, private organization, and who is that individual, who is that organization is not known. So today you have some amount of say 1 billion Bitcoins, and you want to really have money in your own currency exchanged against Bitcoins. To whose doors you should knock? Nobody knows. So a year after Bitcoin peaked at more than $68,000, it went down below $18,000. So this has been the steep decline in the price of Bitcoins. The industry has hit with macroeconomic changes, market forces, and scandals. And this industry of virtual currencies, once valued roughly at $3 trillion, is now sits around just 900 billions. So because of the uncertainty, because of failure, and because of the recession in value, now people are not much interested in making investment in cryptocurrencies. However, this phenomenon has given rise to different governments whether they should use this technology for the purpose of substituting currency notes, and that's what Honorable Chairman of the session mentioned in his opening remarks, that the central banks of various countries are thinking of these cryptocurrencies. What is this cryptocurrency or the digital currency which is issued by a central bank? It is called as central bank digital currency. While some may assume that CBDC is a new concept, however, it has been long history. In 1993, Bank of Finland launched Avent Smart Card, an electronic form of cash. Although the system was eventually dropped in early 2000s, however, this can be considered as the first of its kind of central bank digital currency. So central bank has various functions, and one of the prominent functions is to control the monetary policy, to issue currency notes, coins, etc. So what we are considering as this CBDC is the central bank should monitor and regulate and issue to various financial markets this digital currency. While CBDC may have potential benefits on paper, or central bank will first need to determine if there is compelling need to adopt this particular mechanism, and then they can think of, as was mentioned in opening remarks by Honorable Chairman, in the month of September this year, Reserve Bank of India has issued central bank digital currency, and soon it will be popularized. They are going in a studied manner they are not going on a wholesale basis that issue entire CBDC in substitution to the currency notes, but gradually they are going to issue. In the intervening period, the development will be considered. If there are any risks, that will also be measured. So issuing CBDC comes with a risk that central banks need to consider. User might withdraw too much money from the banks all at once to purchase CBDCs, which would trigger a crisis. So central bank will also need to weigh the capacity to manage the risk posed by this computer system. CBDCs have proliferated globally. It is not that the Reserve Bank has issued. There are many other countries, they have already issued the central bank digital currency, and now we are getting familiarized with it. Now, if you consider from paper-based transactions, the world has moved to electronic-based transactions, and it is but natural that in case of currency also, we have this digital currency which is available, which can be freely exchanged. Good number of countries have resorted to central bank digital currency, and the experience of CBDC is being organized worldwide. Management of currency is one of the core central banking function, and therefore it is but natural that with the advent of cutting edge technology, the various central banks, maybe at a later date everybody will have to consider, but at least each central bank, whether it is considering CBDC or not, they will have to study, they will have to set up a cell in their own banks to consider whether they should set up this central bank digital currency. In case of CBDC, they are broadly classified into two categories. One is the general purpose or retail, which is called CBDC-R, and one is wholesale, which is called as CBDC-W. So what is this CBDC-R and CBDC-W? Retail CBDC would potentially be available for all. If you go purchase vegetables, maybe on your mobile phone, you can just transfer the money. The manner in which you are making by Google or any other with any other intermediary. The difference between this digital currency and making payment through this electronic mechanism is, in case of electronic mechanism, there is some intermediary. You are making payment to the intermediary, and this intermediary is in turn making payment to the ultimate person who is expected to receive that amount. So there are also charges which are levied by this intermediary. As opposed to that, like you give currency notes or coin when you purchase vegetable, grocery, or you pay a restaurant bill. Here, instead of paying physically coins or currency notes, you are giving the money by way of electronic mechanism. So from your account or from your mobile cell phone, it will go, or any computer device, it will go directly to the account of the person to whom you intend to pay. So there is no intermediary involved in this particular transaction. So whenever we are considering that B2C transactions are there or C2C transactions are there, that is called as a retail currency. Whereas where the currency is issued, that wholesale CBDC is intended for settlement of interbank transfers related to wholesale transactions, and retail CBDC is in the electronic version and electronic version of cash, permanently meant for retail transactions. It is believed that the retail CBDC can provide access to safe money for payment and settlement, as it is direct liability of the central bank. Like we said that supposing some cryptocurrency fails, or you want to exchange that cryptocurrency for any other currency, to whose doors you should knock, you do not know. But in case of CBDC, you know the issuing bank, and definitely issuing bank of any country will have to honor that particular commitment. Wholesale CBDC has the potential to transfer settlement system for financial transactions and make them more efficient and secure. Going by the potential offered by each of them, there may be meant for case for introducing two different currencies. One is wholesale and one is retail. Now, as far as mechanism for issuing this CBDC is concerned, it can be in broadly two forms. Either it can be in the form of token, or it may be in the form of account. Like in India or in other countries, you must have seen that shares and securities, they are issued in a dematerialized form. So there is account of each person, and to account of each person, shares of each companies are credited when they purchase, they are debited when they sell. In a similar fashion, this central bank digital currency can be credited to the account when you get it, and it can be debited when you pay. So account form is one form in which the CBDC can be issued, but in this form there remains a trail, and it may be possible that people may not like to have a trail. But simultaneously, as far as government is concerned, government is definitely interested in this trail, because then the tax system can follow that trail, even the monetary system, the loan system can follow that trail. The another medium for issuing digital currency is the token based. So one who holds the token is owner of it, and those tokens are exchanged. Now what should be the appropriate currency, that one will have to see. What is presently thought process of RBI is, as far as account based CBDC is concerned, it is more useful for a wholesale mechanism, and as far as token based CBDC is concerned, it is more appropriate for retail transactions. So now those are issued, so the time will tell what is the outcome of this particular decision. So CBDT is aimed to complement the existing system of having paper currency notes or coins. It is not to substitute entirely that system, because still there is various vast area comprising of villages, small towns, where it is possible that the computer system may not be there, people may not afford mobile phones or such other devices, or there may be illiteracy that may cause them difficulty in dealing on this CBDC. Therefore, CBDC will not be the only currency issued by any bank. It will be always complementary to the present system of paper notes and currency coins, and that will be ably supplementing the existing currency notes for the advantage of various advantages that the digital currency has. For example, in case of digital currency, there is no issue of pickpocketing or losing your money. Money is safe in your hands. You can transact internationally, you can transact nationally. You are not required to access any credit card of any person, so that gives him more security, more safety, and various other advantages follow with this CBDC. So friends, CBDC is here to come and here to stay. Of course, we have talked about advantages, various advantages are discussed, but then with central bank digital currency, there are certain risks, and that are also required to be mitigated. Firstly, it has to be issued with a robust technology. Lack of comprehensive regulation. Today, there is lack of regulation. In case of currency notes, in case of coins, comprehensive legislations are available worldwide. But for CBDC, such comprehensive legislations will have to be evolved. Secondly, other than CBDC, the market is highly volatile. So the governments will have to warn their subject that you handle such other currencies with care. And one such way of informing what has been done in India is, as far as considering number of stakeholders investing in such cryptocurrencies, to call them illegal, illegitimate would be causing a risk, would be causing utter disruption of financial markets. So RBI treats it as they have not banned this particular currency. That is the only official statement. So they are not endorsing or encouraging. As far as various banks in India are concerned, RBI has told them not to deal in not to deal in cryptocurrency because of the inherent risks involved and no knowledge of the ownership of those virtual currencies. As far as government of India is concerned, they are also concerned about this cryptocurrency, and mainly in order to discourage people to have transactions in cryptocurrencies, Finance Act 2022 has made elaborate provision, and they have taxed the gains in cryptocurrency at a very high rate, and also if there is loss in cryptocurrency transaction, that loss is not set off against the gains which are made in cryptocurrency. So that is one way of discouraging transactions in cryptocurrency. And as far as these cryptocurrencies are concerned, they are potential threats for safety and security of a nation, because it is possible that crime money may be transacted through these cryptocurrencies without knowledge of any person or particularly the government. So these risks are also involved. And here comes the discussion for this August House and for the panelists, that as far as cryptocurrency or central bank digital currency is concerned, it is here to stay. And any advancement, any innovation, maybe in initial phases, it meets with certain issues, certain challenges. Its advantages can be fortified. So for we as a professionals, rather than being mute spectators of this development of cryptocurrency, how the professional accountants and as a body SAFA should consider this particular evolution. Therefore, besides evolution and trends, we have to consider contribution by the professionals and by the SAFA to this advent of cryptocurrencies. So what we can do, as far as this development of currency, number of governments have announced it. So we can consider what are the measures through which the advantages thrown open by these digital currencies can be fortified. What are the various risks which are involved and how that risk can be reduced, and what best system, best technology can be used for the purpose of proliferation of this central bank digital currency. So SAFA as a federation should really play an active role. Maybe they can constitute a group or a committee and prepare a wish list or to do, not to do list on policy measures, policy relating to safety, security or sustenance of this digital currency. The practices, how with ease the digital currency can change hands and how the ecosystem for digital currency can be developed. And amongst ourselves, we also are exposed to computers, computer technology. So what is the best suited technology for this digital currencies? Today, we are talking in terms of digital currencies for each country, for each world, for each sovereign government. But if you have seen the example of Europe, where for the entire Europe, they have issued one currency, euro. So maybe at SAFA level, we can also consider whether based on this digital technology, is it possible to issue one currency for the entire globe so that the exchange and other aspects may be avoided, and if one has access to this digital currency anywhere in the world, he or she is able to transact. So these are various aspects relating to digital currency. The three things that we can tell about digital currency is, when it is regulated by any central bank, any sovereign government, there is absolute safety and security, and the value of that CBDC is preserved. So we can certainly deal in this CBDC, and considering advent of e-technology, CBDC is here to come, and certainly CBDC will be the order of the day in years to come. So to make the life of governments, life of central banks and stakeholders easier, how the accountants, professional accountants can contribute, that we can think. And in the intervening period, those contingents which have issued this currency, we can do research on the developments in those countries that will form a basis for the purpose of offering guidance to all other small and underdeveloped developing countries to consider this particular concept of CBDC. I thank the SAFA and ICAN for giving me this opportunity to present the paper. Thank you. As I will be sharing PPT, there is one concept paper which is issued by Reserve Bank of India, which very elaborately deals with this concept of CBDC. That also I will share with organizers so that maybe they can share to all the participants. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Central Council Member of ICI, Mr. Chitale. Very interesting presentation. He has briefly mentioned about the different type of digital currencies, including crypto, CBDC, and also the finance bill, the union budget announcement of 2022 by Indian Union finance minister, the provision related to adjustment and also capital gain and also the transaction tax, etc. Many people were confused when that budget came up that the country is legalizing the crypto as well. But that was not the case. Yeah, we central banker particularly do not consider crypto as a currency. In order to be a currency, it has to carry the value of currency. It should have the store of value. It should be accepted as a medium of exchange. It should carry a public trust. And also, it should be legal tender. The so-called cryptocurrencies or a stable coin do not carry those things. It further destabilizes the economy, financial system. That's how all entire central bank of the world do not accept this volatile types of crypto assets as a currency. That's one point I'd like to mention. And also, very pertinent point you have mentioned about the study at the SAFA level with respect to CBDC or a digital currency. Very pertinent. I was one of the proponent for having a study on CBDC at the SARCC Finance. And the study is going on at the apex body of the among the governors and the central bank secretary, finance secretary, who are the member of that body. The study is headed by the Central Bank of Nepal itself, Nepal Rashtra Bank. All member body of the SARCC are the member on the study. Though the outcome is yet to come, but the study is on. In this respect, whatever that SAFA can contribute on this, that would add significant value on that study as well. So, Mr. President, Excellency, Vice President, any contribution or value addition on that study could help, especially individual in central banker are on the way to have this CBDC. Say, for example, RBI has already started. We are also on the move towards the direction. But our basic concern is, if we are developing new types of currency in the region, means why don't we have common type of currency in a digital form? That's the initiation we took on that SARCC Finance. Okay, that's moving on. Let's see how that report comes. So thank you once again. It's a very comprehensive and very enlightening presentation. Now may I move on towards Mr. Guru Paudel, who is Executive Director at the Nepal Rashtra Bank Payment System Department. He's leading the department. Let's see his quick presentation. Mr. Guruji.
Respected Governor, panelist, paper presenter, members of SAFA and ICAN. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for providing me this opportunity, where I got the chance to present what Central Bank of Nepal is doing regarding the central bank digital currency. As our governor said, we are doing, we have already launched one concept paper. Yes. I will focus on our concept paper. I would not detail to international literature, because our paper presenter have already highlighted on that things. And but how did stay proceed my presentation without any BIS reference, because you know that BIS is
central bank of central banks, that central BIS also conducting research on regard like central bank digital currency. Many countries are exploring say, central bank digital currency. Yes, of course, globally, half of the central bank are conducting like doing some types of research on these topics, and there are so many research also. And I will jump in my Nepal Rashtra Bank journey. I'll focus. Yes, yes. How we started our central bank digital currency? As Masar came as a new governor in Nepal Rashtra Bank, then the monetary policy for fiscal year 21-22 had announced to carry out a study on the CBDC. Then after a high-level CBDC steering committee was formed to conduct such a study, and then a study task force also formed. And after that, a report entitled Central Bank Digital Currency Identifying Appropriate Policy Goals and Design for Nepal released for the public consultation. And public opinion on the report have been sought until mid-January 2023. So this is the right place, and this is the right people also. So please scan this QR to retrieve, to reach out what central bank have done in its concept paper. We have highlighted the objective of the study. I have not gone through thoroughly because the time is very limited. Basically, I would like to discuss about what policy goals of the central banks have carried out in Nepal's perspective. Like, yes, of course, we have 3 high desirable policy goals and 4 moderately desirable policy goals are there. Among them, 3 high-level policy goals and one from moderately policy goals have been adopted to go forward for Nepal's only. The report suggests to focus on highly desirable policy goals and financial inclusion among the moderately desirable policy goals for the CBDC for Nepal perspective. Okay. Then after that, key foundational issue that need to be resolved initially, where the concept paper have been highlighted, like we should have the adequate legal and regulatory framework, capacity development and restructuring of the central bank, and the development of required infrastructure, as well as enhancing public adoption have been highlighted in our research paper. And some major challenges which we can see in the page number 28 have been identified, like we should have at least mitigate to such challenges. Like these challenges also carried out by the truly sound literature review of the international research paper like BIS and others research paper also. And it may have deep financial disintermediation. So how we can control financial disintermediation? For this purpose, we have opt like quantity cap also. We suggest quantity cap first for this to mitigate these challenges. Like it may arise sometimes financial exclusion. Okay, CBDC is suitable for tech-savvy customers and smartphone users. In our context, it should be challenges. So we should have some mitigate features to face these challenges also. And one of the most challenges is data exposure and breach, because third party rely on the third party is very challenging in case of a CBDC. Similarly, we may have operational failure of the system and impact on the central bank signorage effect and impact on the numismatic activities. These are the basic challenges while adopting CBDC. So we should have mitigating factors on it. Okay, then we should not forget BIS recommendation. BIS has recommended 3 key foundational principles that all central banks exploring CBDC should follow. Is number 1, that is not harming other policy mandates of the central banks, as we have guided by our Central Bank Act, we have the three major policy mandates, that is price stability, external sector stability, and financial sector stability. We should not forget these policy goals. And number two, not replacing other forms of monies. We should not forget other forms of monies, like in the disaster time, at the time, all digital transaction, all digital instrument may not work in this situation, not replacing other forms of the monies according to BIS recommendation. And number third is promoting broader innovation and efficiency in the overall payment system. These are the three recommendations from the BIS. We have also incorporated in our paper. And as Chandrasekhar mentioned, types of the CBDC, we have adopted to both types, retail CBDC as well as wholesale CBDC. For retail CBDC, that is held and used by individual, of course, to mitigate the financial inclusion, to promote the financial inclusion, we should choose retail CBDC. But in case of the wholesale CBDC, there should be available to a select set of the financial institution. They can do wholesale CBDC. In our case, in first phase, we should choose the commercial banks. And in design, like there are 4 architecture have been suggested, literature have been suggested 4 architecture. Similarly, 3 is infrastructure and 2 account access technology, that is token based and account based technology have been suggested. And we have chosen, this is our appropriate design for the CBDC in Nepal. This is our like recommendation chart. In number 1, propose design parameters, we choose the retail base, that is for the better access and inclusion. In architecture, we choose the intermediated. The reason is easy customer onboarding with a semi-centralized ledger for recording information. And in case of the infrastructure, we choose semi-centralized for better resilience and control. And access design, we both we have adopted, proposed, like account-based as well as token-based. For wholesale purpose, we choose account-based, and for retail-based, we choose token-based also. And instrument characteristics, we should have like some types of characteristics like interoperable, better access, resilience and inclusion for the domestic payment instrument, non-remunerative, and 24 into 7 days availability, and quantity capped for the disintermediation risks to mitigate. Yes, for the programmable feature should have for the broader usage option we have proposed. And for the recommendation in our concept paper, we should have building capacity of Nepal Rashtra Bank, yes, of course, coordination, interaction with the related government bodies, other regulatory agency authorities, and technical specialists like yes, we should have some, because it is very tech-savvy projects. That's why other financial institution and other end user is required to coordinate. Similarly, increasing public awareness, continuing promoting digital banking, and simulating a prototype before the final launch we have proposed. And to carry out this project, Central Bank have already launched 4th studies paper in 2022 January. We have already placed in a 4th strategic pillar. So our management committee have proposed one innovation center to carry out this job. Innovation center, this will be furnish technical resources as well as the financial resources. This innovation center will carry out this project. So this is our concept regarding the like what Central Bank is doing on CBDC. In conclusion, we have identified the policy goals and design for the CBDC in Nepal. We, as a regulator, should consider CBDC as a new opportunities rather than threats. we are accepting. Nepal Rashtra Bank cannot solely drive the implementation of the CBDC. Of course, a close coordination and cooperation with the government bodies, tech specialists, different regulators, private stakeholders are important. This is our conclusion, third conclusion. And fourth is Nepal Rashtra Bank need a strong tech team, strategic team to undertake the coordination and implementation for the CBDC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Guruji. Very clear presentation with respect to Nepal Rashtra Bank's plan of action to introduce CBDC here in Nepal. The message is very clear that we don't want to be the first, but at the same time, we do not want to keep behind with the international development. Yeah, we are running under the fourth strategic plan, and the plan is well within this fourth strategic plan. Nepal Rashtra Bank will have CBDC in place based on the three principles laid down by the BIS, and also the policy objective as mentioned by him. Basically, as other central banks are guided, reducing the printing cost, promoting access to finance through the digital financial services, promoting neo banking or digital banking, and also promoting governance and transparency. It is also important while discouraging use of cash. Similarly, another important aspect, what I mentioned earlier, is mitigating certain challenges that has been posed by the crypto assets and stable coin to the entire world, entire financial system or economic system, its stability. So this is one of the tool or instrument central banks are using to divert the many people who are engaging on such that volatile assets, considering as in currencies. This is also one of the key objective behind this. Thank you for mentioning all this. Now let me move on other prominent speaker with us. We have Dr. Bishwas Gochan, Executive Director IIDS. We have two presentation. Dr. Bishwas, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ICAN and SAFA, for having me as one of the panelists in this very interesting and very relevant topic, digital currency evolution and trends. And those two were wonderful presentations, and I got to learn many new insights from those two presentations. And I would like to contribute on what could be the context and the challenges that we face in terms of what is evolving in the payment system, especially with relation to digital payment system that we are going to delve into. I think one of the greatest innovation of humankind is money, actually. It has completely transformed the way that we transacted, the way the market was formed. So I think I take the concept of money itself as the greatest innovations in the entire human history. And there are different forms. Over the last many centuries, there has been transformation in the mode of payments and the different forms of money. And finally, I think we are coming into a digital currency system. It is, as the previous two presenters have made it very clear, that it is going to coexist with and complement with current system. During 90s, when we had started using computer at a large scale, and with the coming of the millennium, we computerize most of our processes, and that led to a kind of a sentiment that we need to move from to a paperless environment. And in a similar, I think, context, I think from cashless, I think we are going towards cashless economy. It will take time, but I think that would be something that we can aim for in coming decades, if not for next few years. And in terms of the money, I think the role of central bank is extremely important, and it's started from the early 17th century when the Central Bank of Sweden and the Bank of England started the concept money as a legal tender. Before that, we didn't have that. Paper money was launched in the 11th century in China, but a central bank backing a currency in a given economy was introduced in early 17th century by those two countries. And then we have this fiat currency system that was introduced by Nixon SOC of 1979 when he declared that US dollar will no longer be backed by gold. And then we started having this fiat currency where the paper currency was prevalent. And that's something that we are still continuing with. And now we are probably going into a cashless economy, but it will take time. In a country like Nepal, where the rural economy is so prevalent, it is not something that we can achieve in next at least for decades. I think we need to work on that to make a large population using this mode of payment. And Nepal being one of the largest remittance receiving country, I think there are challenges and opportunities. Opportunities because I think it will eventually facilitate cross-border payment. If we go by the global statistics, that every year we are spending like $40 billion globally in remittance costs itself. More than 600 billion has been remitted across the globe, and 40 billion is the cost of remittance. I think that's the one big areas where I think this the digital currency can make a huge development, and Nepal can definitely benefit out of that. But at the same time, there are also risks involved because we are over reliant on remittance, and at least 12 to 13% of our populations are abroad. As a migrant worker, they are sending money home. But with these new technologies in terms of mode of payment, we may come across a challenge of whether these Nepalese migrant workers will be sending money home or not, because there's a certain pattern developing in last few years, especially during this COVID time, as to they have different options of investing their earnings abroad. And these are very new challenges that we are going to face currently and in the future as well. And also, because of the innovation in technology of DLT, stable coins, I think it can also dilute the operation of monetary policy, because there are other forms of money which can come into the market led by private sector or other market participants, in which case the effectiveness of monetary policy as a very important a tool, policy tool, could be come under in terms of influence. There will be a dilution. So I think these, and also because we have an open border with India, I think what happens in India is also going to influence us. I think India has just started its pilot in terms of CDBC launching. I think they have also gone into a retail use of CBDC, and we need to see as to how that's going to impact, because we have an open border with India, more than 1,700 kilometers open border, and because of cultural and social proximity with India, and 2/3 of our trade happens with India. these are going to pose new challenges in terms of our monetary policy. So, and also, I think the new challenges, if it is just a complement to a cash that is having probably the bank and financial institutions, which are the intermediaries of a banking system, probably it will not impact much. But in case digital currency, CDBC is going to have a much bigger role. For example, right now, the currency issued by the central bank, the Nepal Rashtra Bank, constitute 12% of our overall money in the system. So 88% is actually generated by the bank and financial institution. But with the launching of digital currency, if there's a higher share of central bank in terms of that money creation, then probably it's also going to affect the role of BFIs. I think those are the new challenges that we are going to face. With these few comments, I would like to end my here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vishwas. Very interesting thoughts and views on the subject. Numbers, almost $40 billion cost globally we are incurring only for the remittances, capital flows. At the same time, there is direct impact on the monetary management of this new instrument. Effectiveness of the monetary policy depends how effectively we materialize this. And also the open border with India, where the CBDC has already introduced, have definitely implication to Nepal. So definitely your sense that we may have to start soon, though our plan to introduce CBDC is 25-26. Thank you once again. Very insightful thoughts on this. Now, without taking much time, let me move on to another speaker today, prominent speaker with us from Pakistan, Council Member of ICA Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Awais. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Uh, Before starting on the subject, I would like to frankly congrats to Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal and the SAFA for selecting these topics and organizing in such a very particular manner the event. It's a well appreciable thing. The other thing which I noticed and that I would like to frankly appreciate that the regulators, how much concerned are. Worthy governor, beside, I know how much their engagement would be. It's a difficult time. And similarly, in the previous session, the Secretary of Revenue was sitting for the whole time and providing this opportunity. So my sincere thanks and appreciation for these regulators, and particularly if the country is in such a professional way run, definitely it will progress. There is no chance of any disruption or the problem. Moving towards the topic of the digital currency, I personally believe we don't have any other choice. Now we have to move toward the digital currency. If we recall, starting from the barter system, moving towards the gold or silver coins, and then the paper currency, and obviously the way the technology is taking over all the things, it's not any state cannot, I think, work without having this digital currency option therein. And I'm glad that the Nepal is also equally working on that by considering all these things. The challenges attached there too. Obviously, whenever the new things come, the system comes, the problems comes with that. And in the digital era, the major issue is on the one side, the protector are working, and the other side, disruptor, are also working on that. The hackers are also going to be trained on the same way, how much the protection you are. So, and particularly whenever we think about of conversion of the currency on the digital mode, obviously the basic thing which comes in our mind is the protection. And surely, as already has been explained, that the strong technological support the country is using, studying every aspect, particularly on the other side, obviously the regulatory regime is also one of the biggest challenge there, and which has to be implemented. So all these things are required to be considered. My learned presenter has also explained in a very detailed manner the cryptocurrency and the digital currency, the difference and how they are. I'm not sure how much Nepalis are investing in the Bitcoin or the things, because the honorable presenter was saying if you have a 1 million Bitcoin, and I was just thinking if any person is having 1 million Bitcoin, whether he would be sitting here or he will be sitting somewhere else. Because but beside that, one of the thing which comes in my mind, that in Pakistan also there was an initial announcement by our central bank. There was also one of the court decision by declaring any such investment in cryptocurrency as an illegal. But subsequently, the announcement or the formal press release by the central banks were that these have no legal protection in case of any problem. Obviously, there will be no state guarantee in case of loss. And similar statements, I was also listening here that there is no legal protection, and if anyone got a loss therein, obviously no state law or no right will be there. But why, when it's a matter of the currency, obviously, and going to be used in your country, and we call it that we don't know who is the originator of that, why not we say boldly it is illegal and no one has to make any investment therein? So that is one question which comes in my mind. Or obviously in my countries is also the same situation, and obviously I also raised the question to the regulator too, that this Bitcoin, obviously, because I personally being having some knowledge of accounting profession and economy, obviously is having not such, because this is a total denial of any system therein. So I don't believe even on the Bitcoin existence or on a reality of that. Moving on that, obviously the number of the challenges in the digital currency have already been explained, and the way the Central Bank of Nepal is working on it. They are taking care of the regulatory side, they are taking care of the legal side and working therein. The other one challenge which can be obviously in societies like us comes in the acceptability of the people, because as already said by my learned friend, that computers were introduced in 1990 on onward, were frequent use of that, and particularly the generation, older generation, was very much away from that system for a longer time. And similarly, once we are moving the system from the currency notes towards the digital, obviously the people acceptability will increase with the passage of time, once the people will get confidence that their amount saving and investment is totally protected. And surely the result will come with the passage of time. So on that area, government has to continue work, because it's not the era when the things were implementing slowly and slowly, because now the developed country are working on a very speedily manner on that, and countries should be, I think most of the countries are promising to implement in 2025, 26. So we have a very short span of time. So we have to, on the one side, we have to continuously work on the system, establishing that should be a foolproof system therein, that not, and the other side, the confidence of the people is required to be established, that the people should accept that. Uh, the one more thing, I'm a student of law also, and trying to learn the taxation system. The positive side of the digital currency is that the transaction would be properly documented and person has a proper trail. And in that situation, obviously the inland revenue can get advantage of, particularly in the country, developing countries. Obviously the majority of the economy works under the undocumented sector, so that can be avoided therein, and the documentation can come there. But at the same time, we were also discussing in the earlier topic, the international taxation subject. Whenever there is a movement of goods from one state to another, that is going to be documented, and particularly the customs is verifying the things and coming therein. But as far as the services are concerned, because that are not going to be a physical transfer of any such thing, rather the some working is made and transferred to the other jurisdiction. And in case of digital currency, obviously that will become a big challenge, that how that will be going to be traced, because the movement of the money will also become very easy from one to another. And because in prior things, if we look into the states, that whenever the any country wants to make payment to the other, some central bank approval is required for transferring the funds outside Pakistan, even in outside of any state, even in case of services too. And once the free movement of the currency will be there, obviously this will be the one of the challenge which should also be taken care of. Obviously the time is constrained therein. One last thing which I'll be very happy to hear from the core of my heart, that the SARC is considering to develop a one concise digital currency. I personally think the SARC is not we are attached to each other. When we move amongst the SARC, obviously we don't feel any problem. Even language is similar, even our habits are similar. We wear the similar clothes, we eat the similar food, and but in SAARC countries, in I think yes, India is working on a very good manner on industrial side, on manufacturing side, but and Bangladesh obviously is progressing too much. But the recent things, if we see, the Sri Lanka and Pakistan is facing a lot of financial problem, and when I see the major problem is our dependence on developed countries. And if we trade amongst each other, obviously we all will be the beneficiary. We all will be the beneficiary therein. And I pray to Almighty that yes, these people will become unite. They come on a single currency. If the Europe, after having so much disputes, after having so much differences, can establish a single currency of the euro, so why not? Our ties are much more. We are relative to each other. We are brothers of each other. And this work should be done on priority. And I'm thankful to the governors of Honorable that he has taken a lead and established this. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad from Pakistan. Definitely in the region we are in under the SARC umbrella, some of the country are facing different challenges right now. Our empathy with the Pakistan, particularly the recent flood, the climate issues, and also the economic downturn that you are facing. Our best wishes to overcome those problems as soon as possible. Thank you for your kind words with Nepalese regulators. And you mentioned very pertinent point like risk associated with the innovation, disruption, followed by the destruction, particularly the hackers, etc., and also the illegality of the crypto assets. Yeah, we also declare it as a illegal. We prohibited, and we had repeatedly issued our public notice regarding the legality of the crypto, and like crypto related funds, some of the people are generating that type of fund. During the hike time, when Mr. Jitale was mentioning that 68,000 of that Bitcoin, that time we got that much blame while yeah prohibiting this thing. But now everybody realizing, if we had invested that time, what would have been here, your assets, your property, yeah, your net worth, etc. Fortunately we are able to issue those notice that time itself. Okay, thank you very much once again for your words. We are on the way. Let's see how far we can make it towards the common digital currency in the region. We thought it is one of the best cost reduction effort and best solution for the region, for our settlement, for our trade, facilitation, etc. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, once again. Now, we have a final speaker. Let's complete one round first. And is Mr. Hassana Kurupa, Vice President of the CS Sri Lanka. Floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Without going into much details of the areas, I'll quickly touch upon in the interest of time. Sri Lankan case. Actually, Sri Lanka at this particular moment, like India as well as Pakistan, there is no legal approval, especially when it comes to cryptocurrency, due to several reasons. One being, I think there is no asset backing the currency. So when central bank digital currency being discussed, that needs to be considered, because money has mostly asset-backed one metal, either gold or some other type. So because of that, there is restriction in digital currency. Second being Sri Lankan Monetary Exchange Act. If you are holding foreign assets beyond a particular limit, you have to take it through overseas investment account. So at this particular moment, if you are holding assets without going through overseas investment account, it is illegal. So it is not allowed. Second being, cryptocurrencies or digital currencies have not been listed as an asset under Exchange Control Act. Third is high likelihood of these being having volatile value, as well as some of the risks that may attach when you introduce digital currencies on the banking system. I think Mr. Chandrasekhar also touched upon that, whether there will be shifting of asset classes from bank deposits to digital currencies. How did it impact the banking system overall, whether it will increase their borrowing cost because they have to replace that with another instrument. So those areas actually being discussed. In addition, as you mentioned, central banks may consider centralized issuance or decentralized. If it is decentralized, how do you control run on deposits or run on investments? Because digital means it's a click of a button. But when there is an issue, we know how financial institutions encounter run on deposits. Currently, it may take at least 1 month to have 30% of drop in deposit. When you have digital currencies, it may happen within a second of time and whole system will collapse. So these are some of the challenges even central banks may encounter when they start engaging in this area. In addition, currently another block or issue that we encounter is legal aspects and resolution of disputes. So those are the key areas that currently central bank is also evaluating. Having said that, in 2018, Central Bank of Sri Lanka introduced a fintech regulatory sandbox, where it's a controlled environment. So central bank invited all the market participants and software developers and IT companies to come and work with central bank in a controlled environment to try and test this. It has not specifically mentioned digital currency, but that's as also part of the total scope. I think I agree with Mr. Chandrasekhar about role of accountants and especially our respective institutions. In that front, I'm happy to say that CA Sri Lanka, before even advising, I think government and central bank, we need to create awareness among our members. So we are running series of sessions, CPD sessions on cryptocurrency, blockchain, and other related technologies. Secondly, we just concluded our research symposium, which is annual event. So this year, research symposium in 2023, we are inviting few researchers to present their case on digital currencies, so which may be a framework for our presentation to government, even as a policy framework development. Thirdly, CA Sri Lanka is presented at the Financial System Stabilization Consultation Committee established by Central Bank. Through that committee also we give our views on some of these developments. So these are our country aspects and how we adapt some of these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President from Sri Lanka Institute. Your, your points on the likelihood of the shifting of the banking assets to other speculative assets, and also introduction of at Sri Lanka regarding the regulatory sandboxes. Some of the concern related to centralized, decentralized mechanism, etc. In our case also, we do not have regulatory sandboxes so far. But this year, we are preparing our document with the support of the international development partner, particularly AFI is providing technical assistance for Nepal Rashtra Bank, for Nepal to have this regulatory sandboxes. No, it's a IFC is supporting to us. Thank you once again. Let me repeat the wording I mentioned to Pakistan about Sri Lanka as well. We are also come across such a problem. We are in close coordination among the central banker in the region. Our best wishes to overcome the situation as soon as possible. We understand. We can imagine that how terrible, how difficult it is to live in such a situation. Now, considering the time, which is already overrun by half an hour, I should not injustice to the audience again. So let's have some of the limited questions, curiosities from the floor. How much we can have? Let it be only 5, okay? I saw Joint Secretary we have from Ministry of Finance, Mr. Babu Ramji. Someone can facilitate with the mic. Please. If you have any question, particularly
I have
for
not
the
question.
attention of any speaker, please.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful discussion over here. I am really inspired in this discussion, and I am just coming from one of the intergovernmental forum regarding basically comprising of Ministry of Finance people and the central bank people. And on that forum also we had issue on it, basically on the digital currency. As the respected government already told that cryptocurrency is already announced by the central bank as illegal you can see the consequences these days is very right on that issue. Only I would like to share in this forum so that the understanding in the global forum, what kind of understanding on global forum were over there. Basically, there were a major three concerns raised by the government officers and also by the central bank colleagues all over the world. For example, if the currency were the means of payment widely accepted, that our value and it is legal tender, definitely if it were physical or if it were the digital, there should be certain level of qualities that should be managed too, if we are considering central bank issued digital currencies first. Second one, major concern I have heard and discussed was on the regulation part first. Second one, the vulnerability of the use in transactions. Third was on the cross-border transfer of values on this side. Definitely, such a situation may lead to have the strong mechanism for the designing of the monetary policy for the future. Therefore, definitely it should be the complementary for the currency issued by the central banks. Second one, the very strong systems. Third one should be the capacity to regulate. To have such a kind of infrastructure, we can go for the digital currencies for the future with central bank issue and regulation, and the capacity to have the designing of the different mode of monetary policy designs. These are my reflections to share. I do not like to ask questions to the presenters. They have done very diligently over here. I am very delighted to hear you so that we can discuss on the further policy areas to be discussed in the government of Nepal. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Babu Ramji. Probably you have raised this observation based on your recent participation into the G20 meetings. If there are any, please. Yeah, Pradyumnaji.
The session chair and respected Governor of Nepal Rashtra Bank, distinguished panelists, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening and namaste. My name is Pradyuman Pokhrel and I represent Muktinath Vikas Bank. Firstly, gratitude to ICAN, the paper presenter and the panelist. My query is humbly to Mr. Chandrasekhar. The query is, since RBI has launched CBDC, has it made any regulatory framework for mitigation of financial misintermediation? If not, what regulatory framework do you foresee for facing the challenges of financial misintermediation once the CBDC is launched? Thank you.
Thank you. See, any central bank before issuing this digital currency will certainly look at regulatory angles, because it has to be, as chairman said, that it has to be a legal tender. So all attributes to make it a legal tender have been taken care of by the Reserve Bank. It is just substitution of physical notes by this digital currency. So whatever value is posed in physical notes, the same value is attributable and available to this digital currency. So if at all anybody has a digital currency, Reserve Bank stands by its promise that we will recoup the value to the owner of this digital currency. So legal ends have been taken care of. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't see any hands raised. So since we have let me allow to welcome our Honorable Auditor General here. Welcome, sir. Since the host organizer are ready for the next session, I need to conclude this session. I'm not going towards recapping all the things because I spoke in between while giving time to every speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank organizer SAFA, South Asian Federation of Accountants. I'm very pleased that sometimes ago I used to be, when I was a council member, I had a chance to join one of the committee, SARCC, which is that related to transparency. I used to be the member for around 2 years. And also thanks to ICAN for this opportunity, and congratulations to ICAN particularly for hosting this event here in Kathmandu. And the next program is much more important for all of us, which is best presented account. You will be announcing. With this, let me allow to thank Speaker Mr. Chitale, Speaker, all panelists, Dr. Gochan, Mr. Guru, from Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad, and Vice President from Sri Lanka. With big round of applause, let us thank them for their contribution. Thank you all once again. Thank you for your kind listening. Now, let me back to Asivaniji. Over to you.
On, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed for this privilege. And it's our turn now to extend our gratitude and appreciation. And yes, may I quickly invite the ICAN President, CA, Mr. Singh Lala, to kindly come up on stage. Mr. Bhaskar Singh Lala, the President of ICAN, to do the honors. Thank you, our esteemed panelists, for your great exchange of thoughts and perspectives, and to the session moderator for the great insights and the excellent moderation, plus special thanks for your thoughtfulness and time management as well. Thank you indeed, sir. And may I now request the ICAN President to make a presentation of our appreciation and gratitude to our distinguished panelists. First and foremost, to the session moderator, CA Mahaprasad Adhikari, the Governor at the Central Bank of Nepal. We are more than thankful for the time that he has given to this forum to present his optimism, his support, and for the insightful thoughts that he just shared during the opening ceremony and at the panel. Thank you, sir, for adding all the value to this convergence. To our paper presenter, this is thanking you for your great sharing and for the perspectives and insights that you bring along. CA Chandrasekhar Vasant Chitale, the Central Council member, ICAI, whose paper was on digital currencies, evolution, and trends, the theme of this technical session. We couldn't have done it any better without the great knowledge that you brought in and the perspectives that you added. To all our distinguished panelists, namely Dr. Bishwas Gochan, the Executive Director at the Institute for Integrated Development Studies. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all those valued perspectives that you bring along. To Mr. Muhammad Awais, the Council Member, ICA Pakistan. This is thanking Mr. Awais for the valued sharing and the substance that he added to this very, very important discussion. To Mr. Hesana Kurupu, Vice President, CA Sri Lanka and Technical Advisor SAFA Board, we couldn't have been more privileged. And it was a delight hearing your perspective and your very, very valued input, sir. Last but not the least, Mr. Guru Prasad Paudel, the Executive Director, Nepal Rashtra Bank. We are more than grateful for the valuable perspectives and the inputs that you brought along. May I now invite all our distinguished dignitaries to kindly step forward for a quick group photograph. It's memories and so much substance of an input that we are taking away from this Kathmandu convergence, ladies and gentlemen. And one more time, I take a moment along with you to thank each and every contributor to this convergence for the great support, for the great spirits, for the great professionalism, and so much and substance that they bring along from across the region. And this is what we've been looking for, to converge ideas, best practices, information, knowledge, of course, as we look forward to creating a newer synergy to meet the newer challenges which are of global nature and which are facing us, and is right there for us to address it at the soonest. And thank you to the members in the audience as well for the great inputs that you also bring along, and for the valued time and spirits that you carry in here. Said that, ladies and gentlemen, we now already are looking forward to the much awaited BPA award ceremony, which is just a few moments away. Before I even announce the opening of the award ceremony, we have a small formality to do, and that is to extend our vote of thanks. May I invite upon stage the Vice President of ICAN, CA Sujan Kumar Kafle, for the formal vote of thanks.
Right Honorable Auditor General Tankamani Sharma Dangal, Sir, Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker Mr. H.M. Henanaike Bandara, President SAFA, Guest of Honor CA Nihar Jammusaria, Vice President SAFA, Guest of Honor and Chair of Technical Session CA Mahapasad Adhikari, Governor Nepal Rashtra Bank, Guest of Honor and Chair of Technical Session Mr. Rameshwar Dangal, Revenue Secretary, Ministry of Finance, paper presenter and panel members in the technical sessions, distinguished delegates from the SAFA member bodies, prominent national and international guests, President and Council member of the ICAN, past President of the ICAN, ICAN staff, media persons, professional colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, very good evening and very good, very warm greetings. I would like to extend my gratitude on the SAFA President, SAFA Vice President, SAFA board members, and foreign delegates for traveling a long journey to attend this conference physically. Your physical presence has really enriched the glory of this conference. Similarly, I am grateful to our guest of honors, Governor of Nepal, Rashtra Bank and Revenue Secretary, Ministry of Finance, for accepting our request to become a chair of the two separate sessions, two separate technical sessions, despite your busy schedules. I personally and officially appreciate your valuable contribution to this conference. The Institute is indebted to the paper presenters and panel members of today's technical session. For your insights, deliberation, and contribution are truly meaningful and augmenting the proficiency of the fraternity of accounting professionals. I would like to appreciate all the notable guests for acknowledging our invitation and attending the program with importance. I am thankful to all the participants, both physical and virtual, for their great patience and learning enthusiasm. Finally, I would like to thank ICAN Council, past presidents, ICAN staffs, media personnel, and hotel as well for as a helping hands. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed for the formal vote of thanks. And with this, may I request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly descend down the stage, take their respective seats as I welcome them now for the next engagement, which has been, the most awaited or one of the highlights of this convergence here in Kathmandu. Ladies and gentlemen, with the vote of thanks and with permission, we've come to the close of the South Asian Federation of Accountants, that SAFA Conference on International Taxation and Digital Currency 2022. And with the permission of the chair of the conference, I announce the adjournment of the formalities of the conference part of this convergence here. Let us now, let me in fact stir you to, again, the most awaited part of this convergence here in Kathmandu this time. A very, very good evening. Namaste one more time to all our esteemed guests. It's been quite an intense half day, ladies and gentlemen, for all of us. I'm sure you agree. But thank you for keeping up with that, and special thank you for all those broad smiles that still lights up this hall. I hope and request you all to keep that up for the rest part of the evening. Now, what we are confident is that the deliberations must have helped us review and understand our respective niches, the places and positions that we come from, and also each other vis-a-vis the regional landscape better, and are more than, and we are in fact more than confident that the substance that we were able to reap from these deliberations will only help us scale up or upscale and shape our future course of action. Ladies and gentlemen, they say, if future is your hands, the past is your head. In this very essence, ladies and gentlemen, in the essence of this very thought, we now take this momentous occasion to felicitate outstanding accomplishments of the year 2021 in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, since the coming together of this fraternity in the region, we have seen upheavals of all sorts, and the global financing landscape and mechanisms have constantly evolved. At present, with technological advancements, the world is actually shrinking to a global village, only adding to the relevance and value of a solidarity like ours. This bond, our bond, is a pledge to nourish and grow together, despite our respective realities and differences. Now it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate these outstanding efforts that have contributed in elevating the gravity and prestige of our profession and our solidarity. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the SAFA Best Presented Reporting, Integrated Reporting and SARCC Anniversary Awards 2021. I was expecting a little louder resonation here in the hall. I know, you can do much better. Thank you so much. And with this call from your side, let me invite up on stage our distinguished dignitaries who have already arrived here at the venue. First and foremost, my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite up on stage, as I request the distinguished guest to kindly grace the ceremony as the chair, Ms. Anori De Silva, SAFA ITAG Committee Chair. Thank you, ma'am. A warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome on stage the chief guest for this award ceremony, Honorable Auditor General, Mr. Tankamani Sharma Dangal of the Office of the Auditor General, Nepal. May I now invite upon stage the SAFA President, Mr. H.M. Henaike Bandara. Please join me in welcoming up on stage CA Nihar and Jambosaria, the Vice President SAFA. And last but not the least, ICAN President CA Bhaskar Singh Lala. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be presenting a flower bouquet as a gesture of welcome to all our dignitaries up on stage. May I request the ICAN President, CA Bhaskar Singh Lala, to kindly make a presentation of the bouquet, first to the Chief Guest, Honorable Auditor General, Mr. Tankamani Sharma Dangal. The SAFA President, HM Hennaike Bandara. The SAFA Vice President, CA Nihar and Jambosaria. SAFA ITAC Committee Chair, Ms. Anori De Silva. It's moments and memories that we get to keep, ladies and gentlemen, long after the events come to a close. And this is with much gratitude we make a presentation of this welcome to Ms. Anori De Silva, SAFA ITAC Committee Chair. Thank you. Thank you, ICAN President, and thank you, distinguished dignitaries, for your gracious presence up here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, may I now request our distinguished dignitaries up on stage and in the audience. May I invite up on stage the Vice President of ICAN, CA Sujan Kafle, as well to join our dignitaries up on stage, please. May I now request the high dignitaries up on stage and to all the members in the audience to kindly rise for the national anthem of Nepal. Thank you, high dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, Nepal indeed is more than elated to have this profound opportunity to be hosting these SAFA Awards this time. Now, SAFA, as you know, has been organizing the Best Presented Annual Report Awards since the year 1997 in various categories, and in addition, it has initiated the distribution of South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation SARCC Anniversary Awards for Corporate Governance Disclosures since 2006 and Integrated Reporting Awards since the year 2015. This year, following an intensive and a very scientific procedure of evaluating more than 135 or more entries, we are giving away awards in 16 various categories. So as you await for the award ceremony, we have a few more formalities to accomplish. First and foremost, to extend the formal welcome remarks and to shed light on the award itself, my pleasure of inviting to the podium Ms. Anoji De Silva, the SAFA ITAC Committee Chair.
You could go a little closer. Yeah. Okay. Honorable Auditor General, Mr. Thangamani Shanmaranga, President of South Asian Federation of Accountants, Mr. Hendanayake Bandara, Vice President of South Asian Federation of Accountants, C.N. Nihar Jambusaria, President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, C.A. Bhaskar Singh Lala.
This is blocking the camera view. So sorry for this.
That's nice to have a few inches added suddenly. Okay. Past presidents, board members, and technical advisors of South Asian Federation of Accountants, committee members of SAFA Committee for Improvement in Transparency, Accountability and Governance, Mr. Sanjay Singha, CEO of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, award winners, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Committee for Improvement in Transparency, Accountability and Governance of the South Asian Federation of Accountants, it is my absolute pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the 26th SAFA Best Presented Annual Reports Award ceremony. What we try to endeavor at this ceremony is to identify and celebrate excellence in corporate reporting in our region. This year's event is held as a physical event after 3 years where all of us are gathered together in one location. And my grateful thanks to ICAN, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, for hosting us this year and for all your very hard work to make this such a grand event. So thank you. Corporate financial reporting has rapidly evolved because of the increasing demand from stakeholders for transparent financial and non-financial information. The purpose of SAFA BP Awards is to encourage these best practices amongst the SAFA region. I think as a region, like some other presenters mentioned even at the conference, we are very similar and we understand each other the best as a region. So it's also encouraging that there are award ceremonies like this which help each other and support each other to collectively as a region to reach excellence. And also as the fastest growing region, I think it is the duty of the finance professionals to encourage transparency, accountability and good governance amongst corporates in our region. The BP Awards has done this for 26 years now. And I believe we have done it successfully because you will see when the awards are being given, we are finding it very difficult to have single award winners, and we have so many joint awards because the competition is so fierce. And therefore, I think I would like to congratulate SAFA for initiating this award ceremony and for all the hard work that goes into make this a very high caliber award. This also makes me acknowledge that it's time for us now to set the bar higher, which we plan to do with the 27th competition of the BP Awards, where we will look at global trends in financial reporting and recognize companies that are not only top in class in the SARC region, but who are also top in class in adopting the current global trends which are relevant and important to our region. Because those are the trends that we would like to encourage. What we feel as a region should be encouraged and celebrated. The SARC board has also requested us to look at and consider a sustainability reporting award with the next competition, which we are also planning to do. And there also we will look at the best practices that we would like to promote in the region. Over the years, the SAFA BP Awards has become one of the most recognized and also prestigious events in the South Asian region, where both financial and non-financial reporting has been recognized. Despite the extremely challenging circumstances the corporate world faced this year and over the last couple of years, it is truly encouraging to note that we received applications from 118 companies from Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Therefore, on behalf of SAFA, I take this opportunity to pay tribute to all those companies in the South Asian, both big and small, for steadfastly forging ahead despite the economic crisis and other interconnected issues we have been facing with. At this year's award ceremony, we will honor companies from across 13 industries, and also we will honor the best in corporate governance and integrated reporting. The company that scores the best in all three sectors will also be identified as the overall winners in the SAFA region. So that definitely is a very prestigious award to hold for any company in our region. The awards under different categories are conferred based on a stringent evaluation administered by the SAFA Committee for Improvement in Transparency, Accountability and Governance, which is chaired by CA Sri Lanka. The SAFA BP Awards would not have been possible without the dedication and commitment of our panel of technical officers from SAFA member countries who played an outstanding role in selecting this year's winners. So my recognition and grateful thanks to all of them, because they worked very, very long hours and they also worked very diligently to ensure that the right winner is selected at this award ceremony. So thank you to all of them for their very hard work and diligence. I would also like to take this opportunity to appreciate the efforts of the committee members of the SAFA Committee for Improvement in Transparency, Accountability and Governance, and the SAFA Secretariat and SAFA ITAG Secretariat. And also a very special word of appreciation also goes to the President, Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, and to their CEO, Mr. Sanjay Singh, and his team for this amazing organization of the event. Thank you. In conclusion, I take this opportunity to extend my warm congratulations to the winners of the 26th SAFA BP Awards, and I wish them continued success to build strong and sustainable businesses. Thank you.
Thank Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this quick overview and for the warm words. Said that, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now hear from our special guests before we head to the awards presentation. May I invite the Vice President of SAFA, CA Nihar M. Jambusaria, to the podium for his remarks.
President SAFA, CMAHN Henaike Bandara, today's chief guest, Auditor General of Nepal, Sri Kankamani Sarmaji, the President of ICAN Institute, Sri Bhaskar Lalaji, the Vice President, Sujan Kumar, the Chairperson of IFAC Committee, the past Presidents of SAFA, Presidents of various institutes, the Council members of ICAN, Council members of SAFA, the award winners and the invitees. Good evening, everybody. And I cannot explain what great joy we have to see this audience here who are the winners of the Best Presented Reports Awards in different categories. In fact, this is one event for which we all await and we are wanting to know who are those companies which have done excellence, achieved excellence in accountability and transparency. Friends, I recall that these awards commence from the year 1997. And let us look at the evolution. When these awards commenced, they were being given only for best presented financial statements. Eventually, SAFA started giving awards for best presented annual reports. And today we are presenting awards for best presented annual reports, best presented integrated reports, and best presented governance disclosures. Previously, perhaps the concern of every country was only to look after its economy. And every country talked about GDP and one bottom line in the financial statements, and that is profit. Eventually, when we realized that all corporates are supposed to contribute to the social welfare, add value to the economy, which is not only in terms of GDP, but also in terms of so many other things. Also, the world started seeing that climate change has become the biggest challenge for the entire world. And we need to look at environment also. All countries of the world started talking about triple bottom line now. Instead of profit, they talk about profit, people, and planet. And when we talk about all three, perhaps it is expected that this accountability and the responsibility is 360 degrees for all corporates. It is not only that corporates have to earn profits for the benefit of their stakeholders, but they have to add value in different terms. So I can understand how difficult the jobs of the evaluators would have been when they looked at these accounts, and when they have to look at the accounts from all angles, how difficult is the job. And all those corporates who applied and nominated themselves, let me congratulate them. First of all, congratulations to the award winner companies. Then congratulations to all those corporates who applied for the awards, because they had the courage to present their accounts and they wanted to perhaps know that if they do not become eligible for the award, they would like to know where they have some deficiencies and they may take it up for future for improvement. When we look at integrated reports, it covers perhaps the entire gamut of value add, like what the corporate has done for employee welfare, for social welfare, for gender equality, for disaster management, for risk management, whether the company has identified risks, whether the company has risk management policy, what the company has done to reduce carbon emission. From all angles, the company has to report, and the report is evaluated from all angles. Governance, again, adequate importance is being given to governance, that is compliance of all laws and regulations. And if the companies make default, in almost every country now the penalties are increasing. In some of the countries there are criminal penalties, and therefore even governance is absolutely important. And I once again congratulate everybody who is involved in the process, and it's a matter of great pleasure that we are here to witness the success of those companies which have presented their accounts in the best possible manner. Perhaps one thought came to my mind that from next year, prior to the award function, we may have a 2 or 3 hours meeting to even let everybody know what kind of deficiencies were observed in the accounts. This is not with the intention of punishing anybody, but this is with the intention of increasing accountability and transparency, responsibility. If that is done, those who apply would come to know where there is scope of improvement. So with this, I thank SAFA, everybody who was involved in the process, for getting involved and doing this job absolutely carefully and successfully. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed. May I now invite to the podium the SAFA President, Mr. H.M. Henaike Bandara, FCMA.
Good evening to all of you. Our chief guest this evening, Mr. Tanga Sharma, Honorable Auditor General, C.A. Bhaskar Singh Lala, President ICA, Vice President, Mr. Nihal Jambusaria, Vice President SAFA, Advisor, SAFA, members of the SAFA board, delegates from member bodies, Ms. Anoji De Silva, Chairperson, ITEC Committee, award winners, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on behalf of SAFA, I would like to thank the President and members of the Council of ICA Nepal for hosting the 26th Best Presented Annual Report Award Ceremony, which is one of the major events in our annual calendar. Let me also thank our chief guest, Honorable Auditor General of Nepal, for accepting our invitation and to be with us this evening to grace this important event. At the same time, let me appreciate the contribution made by Ms. Anoji De Silva, Chairperson, and members of the ITAC Committee, technical team, Secretary of the Committee, Mr. Thilan Malinga, Mr. Sanjay, Executive Director of your own institute, ICAN, and the Secretariat SAFA, headed by Permanent Secretary, and Mr. Mudit for their hard work, commitment, and support extended to enable us to have this award ceremony this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, an annual report of an organization is considered as the single most important key document and communication tool that facilitates the decision-making processes of an increasingly diverse group of stakeholders, including the new investors as well as society at large. Therefore, in keeping with continuing global changes and trends, SAFA take every effort necessary to upgrade the standards of the competition annually by revisiting the evaluation process and identifying new areas which are relevant in today's context. One such area is that most of the member bodies have promoted the integrated reporting amongst corporates in their respective countries and sector winners, an independent, countries and several organizations have adopted voluntarily. As you have already heard, Chairperson ITAC committee mentioned that going forward, we will introduce a separate award for sustainable reporting. Already we have discussed that matter in detail. So that is the requirement in today's context. In fact, our Vice President, Mr. Jambusarya, explained very well the reason as to why we want to go for a sustainability report. In this context, the BPA award competition of SAFA has played a very significant role in promoting the importance of transparency, accountability, governance, and sustainability among corporates in the region. Going forward, the increased emphasis on the non-financial reporting aspect covering environmental, social, and governance will also improve the accountability element and reporting. As such, we expect more companies to embrace independent assurance of the non-financial elements contained in annual reports. Perhaps you may be aware that the nominations of each country are based on the performance of their national annual report competition, and therefore recognizing and rewarding excellence in annual reporting and selecting the best among the best has been a tedious task for SAFA. As we are fully aware, each and every country is having a separate award, so it's not an easy task to recommend a couple of annual reports based on their performance. So our technical team, as mentioned by our chairperson, has a tedious task for them to evaluate and select the best report out of best. As mentioned by the chairperson, ITAC committee, one significant changes we made was that this year's best annual reports will be recognized as overall winners and sector winners and under gold, silver, and bronze categories. So these are new things that we added during this year in respect of 2021 annual report. As we celebrate 26 years of success, we take this opportunity to salute all those who are involved in the award since its inception in 1997, the organizations who have taken part in the competition since then for their untiring efforts and commitment for excellence in reporting. At the same time, it is my duty to recognize the successful presidents of SAFA and board members for continuing to organize this competition and continuously elevating the standards of financial and corporate reporting. Finally, let me congratulate all award winners and thank the companies and other organizations who have participated for this year's competition, and more importantly, for your presence to receive the awards and witness this prestigious annual event. Thank you all.
Thank you indeed. And apologies for the glitch, but I think it's fixed now. Thank you, sir. Thank you, in fact, for these very great words and for shedding further light on the context. Well, this now gets us set for the announcement and presentation of the awards, the moment that we have been waiting for all through the day. Now, as you all know, the SAFA BPA Award is the most prestigious accolade for financial reporting in South Asia region, and it signifies SAFA's recognition and reward for organizations in the region which have achieved excellence in presentation and disclosure of high quality, relevant, reliable, and objective financial statements in accordance with the international framework. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the evening now or henceforth is all about commending and all those accomplishments, all those great efforts, the dedication and hard work, and the precision that we lay out all through the year as we make contribution to upscaling the dignity and the importance of our profession. Said that, ladies and gentlemen, may I now turn to our distinguished dignitaries. First, the Chief Guest, the Honorable Auditor General, Mr. Tankamani Sharma, along with the SAFA President, the SAFA Vice President, ICAN President, and the rest of the dignitaries to kindly step forward as we get set for the award presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we said 16 categories up for grabs, and the first is private sector banks. One small request, not everybody who will be receiving the award tonight are present in person here with us today. So in view of the situation, we request the representatives who are here with us to kindly come up on stage and receive the awards upon announcement of your names. Those who are not shall be receiving, we would be sending off the awards to their respective locations in the nearest future. Many of them are also connected with us virtually at the moment. Said that, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, may I request the high dignitaries to kindly step forward. The first set of awards, private sector banks. And under this category, we first will be giving out the certificate of merit. Receiving the certificate of merit, ladies and gentlemen, is the Federal Bank Limited. I come back to this again. Apologies here. Certificate of merit, Hatton National Park PLC, Sri Lanka. I'm told the representative is not present here, so I'd like to move on. Receiving the certificate of merit, Federal Bank Limited, India. Can we have the representatives of the Federal Bank Limited, India? Well, the certificate of merit is coming. This is under the private sector banks. Certificate of merit to the Federal Bank Limited, India, ladies and gentlemen. Presenting the certificate of merit under the private sector banks to Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited, India. Can we have the representative from Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited, India? Let us extend our congratulations to Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited, India, receiving the private sector bank's certificate of merit under the SAF Best Presented Annual Report BPA Awards. Presenting the certificate of merit for this very category, Axis Bank Limited, India. Axis Bank Limited, India. Axis Bank Limited, India, ladies and gentlemen, receiving the certificate of merit under the private sector banks. Now, the Siddhartha Bank Limited, Nepal, receiving the certificate of merit, private sector banks. Siddhartha Bank Limited, Nepal. Next, Mega Bank Limited, Nepal. Mega Bank Limited, Nepal. Certificate of Merit, Private Sector Banks. Mega Bank Limited, Nepal. Sunrise Bank Limited. Sunrise Bank Limited is the next bank receiving the certificate of merit, private sector banks. The final bank receiving the certificate of merit under the private sector banks is Allied Bank Limited, Pakistan. We extend our hearty congratulations to all the receiving banks. Now, under the private sector banks, we are making a presentation of the Joint Bronze Award, which is going to Commercial Bank of Ceylon PLC, Sri Lanka, and National Development Bank PLC, Sri Lanka. Much congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, to both the banks. Moving ahead with the Joint Silver Award in the same category. Receiving the Joint Silver Award are MCB Bank Limited, Pakistan, and Bank Al Falah Limited, Pakistan. Moving ahead with the Joint Gold Award. Bank Al Falah Limited, Pakistan, one among the recipients of the Joint Silver Award under the private sector banks. Many congratulations to Bank Al Falah Limited, Pakistan, and MCB Bank Limited, Pakistan. Now the Joint Gold Award, and this goes to BRAC Bank Limited, Bangladesh, Shah Jalal Islami Bank Limited, Bangladesh, and Bank Asia Limited, Bangladesh. Three banks from Bangladesh receiving the Joint Gold Award, namely BRAC Bank Limited, Shah Jalal Islami Bank Limited, and Bank Asia Limited, all from Bangladesh. Bank Asia Limited are here in person to receive the award. Many congratulations to the recipient banks. for the joint award under the private sector banks. Moving on to the public sector banks category, ladies and gentlemen. First, the certificate of merit. First, Bank of Ceylon, Sri Lanka. National Savings Bank, Sri Lanka. State Bank of India. And Bank of Punjab, Pakistan. Along with the National Bank of Pakistan. Representatives from Bank of Punjab, Pakistan and National Bank of Pakistan present in person to receive the Certificate of Merit under the Public Sector Banks category here at the SAFA BPA Awards. Many congratulations to the winners. Moving on now with the Joint Bronze Award under the Public Sector Banks category, People's Bank, Sri Lanka and Bank of Khyber, Pakistan. Bank of Khyber, Pakistan, we have a representative from the Bank of Khyber, Pakistan, who will be receiving the joint Joint Bronze Award going to People's Bank, Sri Lanka and Bank of Khyber, Pakistan. We have a representative with Bank of Khyber, Pakistan receiving the award. Many congratulations. The silver award in this category goes to Sonali Bank Limited, Bangladesh. And the gold under the public sector banks goes to Janata Bank Limited, Bangladesh. Janata Bank Limited, Bangladesh, the Gold Award recipient under the Public Sector Banks category. Janata Bank Limited from Bangladesh present in person to receive the Gold Award under the Public Sector Banks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our roaring congratulations. They really deserve this. Many congratulations. Now moving ahead with the third category of awards, and that is insurance. Beginning with the Certificate of Merit. Taking away the Certificate of Merit in the insurance sector are namely Union Assurance PLC, Sri Lanka, Ceylon Life Insurance PLC, Sri Lanka, Green Delta Insurance Limited, Bangladesh, City General Insurance Company Limited, Bangladesh. We have representatives from City receiving the Certificate of Merit in this category are HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited, India, Salam Takaful Limited, Pakistan, and Jubilee Life Insurance Company Limited, Pakistan. So we have representatives from City General Insurance Company Limited, Bangladesh. The Certificate of Merit in the insurance category, ladies and gentlemen. Jubilee Life Insurance Company Limited. We also have a representative in person receiving the Certificate of Merit under the insurance category. Jubilee Life Insurance Company Limited, Pakistan. Many congratulations to all the recipients of the Certificate of Merit. Now to the Bronze Award under this category goes to Adamji Insurance Company Limited, Pakistan. Adamji Insurance Company Limited, Pakistan, receiving the Bronze Award under the insurance category at the SAFA Best Presented Annual Report Awards. Many, many congratulations. Receiving the Silver Award, ladies and gentlemen, is Soft Logic Life Insurance PLC, Sri Lanka. Soft Logic Life Insurance PLC, Sri Lanka, receiving the Silver Award under the insurance category. Many, many congratulations to Soft Logic Life Insurance PLC, Sri Lanka. Presenting the Gold Award in this category to Reliance Insurance Limited, Bangladesh. Gold Award in insurance category. Here at the SAFA BPA Awards, ladies and gentlemen, the gold under insurance goes to Reliance Insurance Limited, Bangladesh. Many, many congratulations. Moving on to the fourth category of awards. And the fourth category is financial services. Beginning with the Certificate of Merit. And this goes to Citizen Development Business Finance PLC, Sri Lanka. People's Leasing and Finance PLC, Sri Lanka. Muktinath Vikas Bank Limited, Nepal. First Habib Modaraba, Pakistan. Jahangir Siddiqui and Company Limited, Pakistan, and GS Global Capital Limited, Pakistan are the recipient of the Certificate of Merit, receiving in person Muktinath Vikas Bank Limited, Nepal. Many congratulations. The joint bronze award in this category goes to LB Finance PLC, Sri Lanka, and IBDC Finance Limited, Bangladesh. The joint bronze award, ladies and gentlemen, under the financial services category, LB Finance PLC, Sri Lanka, and IPDC Finance Limited, Bangladesh. Do we have a representative from Bangladesh? The Silver Award in this category goes to IDLC Finance Limited, Bangladesh. And the Gold, ladies and gentlemen, in the financial services category goes to Bangladesh Finance Limited, Bangladesh. The Gold Award in the financial services category of the SAFA BPA Awards goes to Bangladesh Finance Limited, Bangladesh. Moving on to the next set of awards, and this category is manufacturing, beginning with the Certificate of Merit, and it goes to Samsung International PLC, Sri Lanka. Samsung International PLC, Sri Lanka. Dipped Product PLC, Sri Lanka. Lanka Wall Tiles, Sri Lanka. Ambuja Cements Limited, India. Grazim Industries Limited, India. JK Cement, India, and Bottlers Nepal Limited, Nepal. Join your hands for Samsung International PLC, Sri Lanka, who are here in person to receive the awards. Grasim Industries Limited India, ladies and gentlemen, receiving the Certificate of Merit under Manufacturing category here at the SAFA BPA Awards. Grasim Industries Limited India. Many congratulations. Next, JK Cement India, receiving the Certificate of Merit here at the SAFA BPA Awards under the Manufacturing category. The final company receiving the Certificate of Merit under Manufacturing now is Bottlers Nepal Limited. Bottlers Nepal Limited, Nepal. We have joint winners in the Bronze Award category under this heading, ladies and gentlemen. The joint Bronze Award goes to Reckitt Benckiser Bangladesh Limited, Bangladesh, and Cherup Packaging Limited, Pakistan. The joint Bronze Award winners under the Manufacturing category: Reckitt Benckiser Bangladesh Limited, Bangladesh, and Cherup Packaging Limited, Pakistan. Cherup Packaging Limited, Pakistan, receiving the joint Bronze Award. Many congratulations. Now we also have joint winners in the silver category: British American Tobacco Bangladesh and Anglo Polymer and Chemical Limited, Pakistan. So we have representatives from British American Tobacco Bangladesh receiving the joint silver award under the Manufacturing category, along with Engro Polymer and Chemical Limited, Pakistan, who are not present here with us in person. And we have joint gold winners in the Manufacturing category. The winners of the Joint Gold Award category are Walton High-Tech Industries PLC, Bangladesh, and 4G Fertilizer Company Limited, Pakistan. Please congratulate the Joint Gold Award winners of the Manufacturing category, the SAFA BPA Awards. Walton High-Tech Industries PLC, Bangladesh, and 4G Fertilizer Company Limited, Pakistan. The Joint Gold Award winners. Under the Manufacturing category, many congratulations to the winners. 4G Fertilizer Company Limited, Pakistan. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, of the award night is Communication and Information Technology. The Certificate of Merit under this category is going to National Internet Exchange, India. National Internet Exchange, India takes away the Certificate of Merit under the Communication and Information Technology category here at the SAFA Awards. National Internet Exchange India, receiving the Certificate of Merit. Receiving the Bronze Award in this category is Rabi Aziata Limited, Bangladesh. Rabi Aziata Limited, Bangladesh receives the Bronze Award in the Communication and Information Technology category. Rabi Aziata Limited, ladies and gentlemen, Rabi Aziata from Bangladesh. And the silver in this category goes to Grameen Phone Limited, Bangladesh. Grameen Phone Limited, Bangladesh. And the gold goes to Sri Lanka Telecom PLC, Sri Lanka. The gold award in the Communication and Information Technology here at the SAFA BPA Awards 2021, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Sri Lanka Telecom PLC. Congratulations. Moving on, and now to the seventh set of award. And the seventh category is service excluding financial services and communications and IT sector. The Certificate of Merit goes to EIH Associated Hotels Limited, India. The Certificate of Merit in service goes to EIH Associated Hotels Limited, India. The bronze goes to Karja Suchana Kendra Limited, Nepal. Karja Suchana Kendra Limited takes away the service award. The Service Bronze Award, ladies and gentlemen, at the SAF BPA Awards 2021. We have joint winners in the silver category, given away to Hayleys Advantage Limited, Sri Lanka, and Unique Hotel and Resorts Limited, Bangladesh. Joint Silver Award in the Service category at the SAFA BPA Awards 2021 going to Hayleys Advantage Limited, Sri Lanka, and Unique Hotel and Resorts Limited, Bangladesh. Many, many congratulations. To Unique Hotel and Resorts Limited, Bangladesh. Now the Gold Award in Service category, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Singha Sri Lanka PLC, Sri Lanka. The Gold Award in the Service category, Singha Sri Lanka PLC, Sri Lanka. Many, many congratulations to Singha Sri Lanka PLC, the winner of the Service Awards here at the SAF BPA Awards 2021. The next set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, NGOs including NPOs. the Certificate of Merit going to the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, Sri Lanka, BRAC, Bangladesh, and Vidya Dairy, India. The Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, Sri Lanka receives the Certificate of Merit under the NGOs including NPOs category, along with BRAC, Bangladesh, and Vidya Dairy, India. We have joint bronze winners, 3 in numbers. Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, Sri Lanka, Association of Accounting Technicians of Sri Lanka, and Community Development Center, CODEC, Kodak, Bangladesh, receiving the joint bronze award on the NGOs including NPOs category. Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing and now Association of Accounting Technicians of Sri Lanka. Community Development Center, Kodak, Bangladesh. The silver award in the category goes to Memon Medical Institute and Hospital, Pakistan. And we have joint winners in the gold category, Sajida Foundation, Bangladesh, the Citizens Foundation, Pakistan, and Child Life Foundation, Pakistan. Joint gold winners in the NGOs including NPOs category, Sajida Foundation, Bangladesh, Sajida Foundation, Bangladesh, along with the Citizens Foundation, Pakistan, and Child Life Foundation, Pakistan. The 9th set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, and this category is agriculture. The joint bronze award in this category goes to LPTR Plantations PLC, Sri Lanka, and ACI Formulations Limited, Bangladesh. We have representatives from ACI Formulations Limited receiving the joint bronze award along with LPTR Plantations PLC. Please join your hands for ACI Formulations Limited, Bangladesh, ladies and gentlemen. The silver in this category goes to Tana Wakele Tea States PLC, Sri Lanka. Tala Wakele Tea States PLC, Sri Lanka takes away the silver award in the agriculture category here at the awards night of SAFA, ladies and gentlemen. Many congratulations to Tana Wakele Tea Estates PLC, and the gold in agriculture goes to Kelani Valley Plantations PLC, Sri Lanka. Kelani Valley Plantations PLC, Sri Lanka, taking away the gold award under the agriculture category. Many congratulations to Kilani Valley Plantations PLC, the winner of the agriculture category here at the SAFA BPA Awards 2021. And moving on to the 10th set of awards, public sector. We're giving away the Certificate of Merit to Bangladesh Infrastructure Finance Fund Limited and Infrastructure Development Company Limited, Bangladesh. Bangladesh Infrastructure Finance Fund Limited. Infrastructure Development Company Limited, Bangladesh. We have joint winners, 3 in numbers in the Bronze Award of this category, ladies and gentlemen. The first winner in the Bronze category of the public sector is Investment Corporation of Bangladesh, followed by Numaligarh Refinery Limited, India. Numaligarh Refinery Limited, India. And Pakistan Petroleum Limited, Pakistan. We have 4 winners in this bronze category. Oil and Gas Development Company Limited, Pakistan. So we have representatives from Numaligarh Refinery Limited, India first. The winner of the Bronze Award in the public sector category, Pakistan Petroleum Limited, Pakistan. The other winner in this category, Oil and Gas Development Company Limited, Pakistan. Oil and Gas Development Company Limited, Pakistan. The Silver Award in Public Sector category goes to Pakistan State Oil Company Limited, Pakistan. Pakistan State Oil Company Limited, recipient of the Silver Award in the Public Sector category. We have joint gold winners in this category, ladies and gentlemen, namely Southeastern Coalfields Limited, India and Power Finance Corporation Limited, India. Here we have the representatives from Power Finance Corporation Limited, India. We have joint gold winners in this category, Southeastern Coalfields Limited and Power Finance Corporation Limited, India. Ten down, 6 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. And the next category is Diversified Holdings. The Certificate of Merit in this category goes to ACI Limited, Bangladesh and TPL Corporation Limited, Pakistan. We have representatives from ACI Limited, Bangladesh in person, receiving the Certificate of Merit in the Diversified Holdings category. The Bronze Award goes to Diesel and Water Engineering PLC Sri Lanka. The Bronze in Diversified Holdings, ladies and gentlemen, going to Diesel and Motor Engineering PLC Sri Lanka. And the silver goes to John Keely's Holdings PLC Sri Lanka. We have joint gold award winners in this category, namely Haley's PLC Sri Lanka and Crescent Steel and Allied Products Limited Pakistan. We should also have put up a category called Best Audience Award, I believe. We need some spirits, ladies and gentlemen. This is an award night. They've worked all through the year and they do deserve applause from you. So Haley's PLC Sri Lanka and Crescent Steel and Allied Products Limited Pakistan taking away jointly the Gold Award in Diversified Holdings. Moving ahead, the 12th category of awards is the Power and Energy category. Certificate of Merit goes to Resus Energy PLC Sri Lanka, United Power Generators Distributing Company Limited Bangladesh, Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited India, and Butwal Power Company Limited Nepal. Resus Energy PLC Sri Lanka, United Power Company Limited Bangladesh, Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited India, and Butwal Power Company Limited Nepal. Here we have representatives from Butwal Power Company, Nepal. Many congratulations. Followed by United Power Company Limited, Bangladesh. The Joint Bronze Award, ladies and gentlemen, in the Power and Energy category goes to GAIL India Limited, India, and the Hub Power Company Limited, Pakistan. GAIL, GAIL India Limited. GAIL India Limited, India, recipient of the Joint Bronze Award, along with the Hub Power Company Limited, Pakistan. We have joint winners in the Silver Award category, Summit Power Limited, Bangladesh, and the Tata Power Company Limited, India. Summit Power Limited, Bangladesh. Many congratulations to Summit Power Limited, who's jointly winning the Silver Award along with the Tata Power Company Limited, India. Now the Gold Award in Power and Energy category, ladies and gentlemen, goes to K Electric Limited, Pakistan. K Electric Limited, Pakistan, the winner in the Power and Energy category at the SAFA BPA Awards 2021. The next category is infrastructure and construction. We're giving away the certificate of merit to RIL Property PLC Sri Lanka, Real Property PLC Sri Lanka, Ritel Corporation of India Limited, India. Ritel Corporation of India Limited are here in person to receive the certificate of merit under the infrastructure and construction category, ladies and gentlemen. The bronze in this category goes to Eastern Housing Limited, Bangladesh. Eastern Housing Limited, Bangladesh, receiving the bronze award in the infrastructure and construction category. Eastern Housing Limited, Bangladesh is according much congratulations. The silver goes to Axis Engineering PLC Sri Lanka, and we have joint gold winners in this category, jointly taken by Rights Limited India. Rights Limited India taking away the gold in infrastructure and construction, along with NHPC Limited India. Many congratulations. NHPC Limited now the joint of this category. Ladies and gentlemen, the 14th set of awards of the award night here in Kathmandu is the SARCC Anniversary Award for Corporate Governance. The certificate of merit goes to Commercial Bank of Ceylon PLC Sri Lanka and Hatton National Bank PLC Sri Lanka. We have joint winners in the bronze category of this award: LB Finance PLC Sri Lanka, 4G Fertilizer Company Limited Pakistan, and MCB Bank Limited Pakistan. All joint winners of the SARCC Anniversary Bronze Award for Corporate Governance. LB Finance PLC Sri Lanka, followed by 4G Fertilizer Company Limited, now 4G Fertilizer Company Limited Pakistan. The Bronze Award winner of the SARCC Anniversary Award for Corporate Governance, 4G Fertilizer Company Limited Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, The other winner in this category is MCB Bank Limited. Now the silver award in this category goes to Adamji Insurance Company Limited, Pakistan. Adamji Insurance Company Limited, Pakistan. We have joint winners in the gold for the SARCC Anniversary Award for Corporate Governance, jointly taken away by Shah Jalal Islami Bank Limited, Bangladesh, IDLC Finance Limited, Bangladesh, and Bank Asia Limited, Bangladesh. The winners, ladies and gentlemen, of the SARCC Anniversary Award for Corporate Governance. Once again, Shah Jalal Islami Bank Limited, Bangladesh, IDLC Finance Limited, Bangladesh, and Bank Asia Limited, Bangladesh. The penultimate set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, is the Integrated Reporting category. The Certificate of Merit goes to National Development Bank PLC Sri Lanka, IDLC Finance Limited Bangladesh, Credit Access Grameen Limited India, and Grazim Industries Limited India, followed by Tata Consultancy Services Limited. We have IDLC Finance Limited Bangladesh, Credit Access Grameen Limited India, Credit Access Grameen Limited, Credit Access Grameen Limited, IDLC Finance Limited. Do we have representative from IDLC? Okay. Grazim Industries Limited. Certificate of Merit in Integrated Reporting, Grazim Industries Limited and Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Integrated Reporting Certificate of Merit goes to, ladies and gentlemen, 5 different companies: National Development Bank Sri Lanka, IDLC Finance Bangladesh, Credit Access Grameen India, Grazim Industries Limited India, and Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Many congratulations. Now we have joint winners in the Bronze Award, which is going to John Keynes Holdings PLC Sri Lanka and Shah Jalal Islami Bank Limited Bangladesh. We also have joint winners in the silver category of this award: Soft Logic Life Insurance PLC Sri Lanka and Atlas Honda Limited Pakistan, receiving the joint silver award in the integrated reporting category, ladies and gentlemen. Please congratulate Soft Logic Life Insurance PLC Sri Lanka, followed by Atlas Honda Limited Pakistan. Atlas Honda Limited Pakistan. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about accomplishments tonight. And now we have joint winners again in the Gold Award for this category. The Integrated Reporting Gold Award is going jointly to Bank Asia Limited, Bangladesh, 4G Fertilizer Company Limited, Pakistan, and Engro Fertilizers Limited, Pakistan. Can we have the representatives up on stage, please? Bank Asia, Bangladesh. Bank Asia Limited, Bangladesh. The joint winners of the gold in the integrated reporting. G Fertilizer Company Limited, Pakistan. The joint gold award winner under the integrated reporting category, along with Engro Fertilizers Limited, Pakistan. And now the final awards of the night. Overall Excellence in Corporate Reporting. And yes, as we head towards the final award category of the night, that's the Overall Excellence in Corporate Reporting, may I request the company of SAFA advisor, Mr. Delwa Hussain, to kindly come up on stage. SAFA advisor, Mr. Delwa Hussain, this is requesting you to join us. Join the dignitaries up on stage as we prepare to announce the winners of the Overall Excellence in Corporate Reporting set of awards. Winner of the Bronze Award, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it big with a upscale roar this time. I have a lot of expectations. So let's see how the accountants do it, right? So the bronze in Overall Excellence in Corporate Reporting goes to Bank Asia Limited, Bangladesh. That sounds impressive, and I know you can do better. Bank Asia Limited, Bangladesh, winner of the bronze in the Overall Excellence in Corporate Reporting. Many congratulations to Bank Asia. Now the winner of the Silver Award in this category. Again, we have joint winners, 4 in numbers. Namely, Brand Bank Limited, Bangladesh, Shah Jalal Islami Bank Limited, Bangladesh, Walton High Tech Industries PLC, Bangladesh, and 4G Fertilizer Company Limited, Pakistan. Here we have Walton High Tech Industries PLC, Bangladesh, ladies and gentlemen, one among the joint winners of the Overall Excellence in Corporate Reporting Silver. And 4G Fertilizer Company Limited, Pakistan, the Silver Award winners in the Overall Excellence in Corporate Reporting. So the final award of the night, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, I have a lot of expectations. Let us hear all the accountants. Let's see how they do it. The gold in the Overall Excellence in Corporate Reporting goes to Bangladesh Finance Limited, Bangladesh. 3 cheers, ladies and gentlemen, to Bangladesh Finance Limited for the overall excellence in corporate reporting. Many, many congratulations to all the winners of the night, ladies and gentlemen, and to everyone who deserved this applause. And to our distinguished dignitaries, thank you for doing the honors. And as we move towards the very, very concluding moments of the award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in requesting our chief guest, the Honorable Auditor General, Mr. Tankamani Sharma Dangal, for his address to this convergence.
Thank you, Shivaniji. I think very few people have been left here to receive the awards. So congratulations to all of you who have received the awards. Chairperson of the program SAFA ITAC Committee Chair, Ms. Anoji De Silva. President of SAFA HM Hananayak Bandra. Vice Presidents of SAFA Nihar and Jabbu Sharia. Chairperson of ICAN Bhaskar Singh Lalaji. ICAN Vice President, delegates from SAFA, representative from ICAN, representative from different companies, award winners, other participants who is joining this program remotely. Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening and namaste to all of you. It is my pleasure to be here today with you all on this special occasion of the SAFA Best Presented Annual Report Awards, Integrated Reporting Award, and SARCC Anniversary Award for Corporate Governance Disclosure. At this moment, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizer for inviting me and allowing me to speak a few words in this program. I had an opportunity to attend such program also in the past years. In this regard, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the ICAN and SAFA for frequently organizing such programs in Nepal to motivate accounting professionals and companies to maintain transparency, accountability, and corporate governance. In this program and the SAFA conference held in this afternoon, I found many regional and international accounting professionals are attending the program. Such a regional program helps to exchange ideas and views between the practitioners of this field. I would like to warmly welcome the foreign friends who are attending here from different countries and various capacities, and wish you all to have a pleasant stay in Nepal, and I wish for every success of the program. I have gone through the program activities of SAFA conference on international taxation and digital currency, which was held this afternoon, and found sessions were run by very competent and renowned national and international presenters and panelists. The topics chosen are relevant to the present situation. I believe that this event is relevant in contemporary economic issues, not only in the national context, but in international context. This will help to enhance the image and reputation of accounting professionals and the profession as a whole. This will demonstrate how professional accountants contribute to national development. I think the efforts of national accounting institutions and SAFA shall be directed toward making the accounting profession a major and influential contributor to the disciplined country financial system. It gives me more pleasure that accounting profession regulator in the region have come together under the umbrella of SAFA, and it has received recognition from SARCC. SAFA is a network of IFAC which represents over 375,000 accountants, having members of different accounting institutions, serving around 1.88 billion people of this region, which is 21% of the world population. and also around 5.21% of the global GDP or economy, which is around 4.47 trillion US dollar. In comparison with other professions, people involved in the accounting profession are low. If we talk about Nepal, there are only around 2,000 accounting professionals with CA degrees, whereas the members of doctors are around 70,000 and 8,800 are specialists. If we talk about India, the number of allopathic medical doctors are around 1.5 million with 371,000 specialists, whereas there are only 115,000 CAs and around 250 students pursuing CA courses. This would be a very interesting comparison. So please compare your profession with other professions and find out how important and how valuable you are. I believe that the regional organization will be able to have a better exchange of information and knowledge sharing. Institutions of one country can be benefited from the experiences and knowledge resources of another member body. I understand that SAFA has contributed to the improvement in the financial reporting of member countries significantly. Let me take the opportunity to give my feelings on competitive best presenting awards. Competitively awarding best presented reports will have a positive impact on improvement in financial reports. At the same time, it will further enhance the capacity of the preparer to do for the best the next time, and will also motivate personally to work hard with dedication. It will increase your goodwill among institutions and individuals in public image. I congratulate the award receiver institutions in a different segments. I also thank those participating in the race and would say that they are also the best reporters. The winner are the best of the best. In this context, we can take an example of the FIFA World Cup, which is running currently, and today is the final game. I think you all are hurry to watch that game. We can see all the teams are equally best. Two teams are best among the best and have been entered into the final round. One will be selected as the winner tonight. So I suggest all participants in this award competition do more in the future in enhancing the disclosure and presentation for public benefit and to the next time winner. I recall the distinguishing mark of the accounting profession, which has a great role in the economic development of the country. I suggest all accounting professionals bear always in mind the role they can play in the development and maintaining resilient financial system that can cope with any future anticipated and unanticipated emergencies arising due to natural calamities or pandemics like or similar to COVID-19. I hope that National Accounting Institution and the SAFA will always strive its effort to have high quality educational materials available to the students and make their examination system more robust and tailored to the market needs that will fuel the high quality future accounting professionals of the economy and the market nationally, regionally, and internationally. Further, institutions also focus on capacity enhancement to suit the sense, context, and maintenance of the knowledge and skills. Institutions are also required to be vigilant about their members' performance and ensure that they have an effective system of monitoring member performances and the remedial measures if found guilty of professional misconducts. Accounting professionals, wherever they work, either in public practice or in business, they shall be guided by the stringent ethical requirements in performing their duties. The whole profession requires a practitioner to work in the public's interest, which is a visible distinguishing mark of this profession. At the end of, as the head of the Supreme Audit Institution of Nepal, I would always be happy to work together and provide support to the institutions in the country and the regional institutions, the SAFA. I believe that this will help to enhance the reputation of the profession and ultimately the sustainable development of the countries and the region. I wish a grand success. It has already been success of the event, and inviting me once again, I would like to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to the organizer and SAFA committees. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed for your very valuable presence and for these valuable sharing, ladies and gentlemen. As we head towards the very, very final moments of this awards night, may I now request the ICAN President, CA Bhaskar Singh Nala, to make a presentation of gratitude to our high dignitaries who have spared their valuable time, energy, and great gestures for the success of this convergence here in Kathmandu, as well as throughout the course of our journey together. May I request the ICAN President, Bhaskar Singh Lala, to kindly make a presentation first and foremost to our chief guest, the Honorable Auditor General of Nepal, Mr. Tankamani Sharma Dangal. Can we have the mementos sent in, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. This is with utmost gratitude and appreciation for the valuable support, encouragement, guidance, and great gesture that the Honorable Auditor General has bestowed upon us. And we really mark and take his valuable presence here today with most gratitude, ladies and gentlemen. We are also highly indebted for the trust, faith, support that we have had from the SAFA President, Mr. H.M. Henaike Bandara, FCMA. This couldn't have been possible without his great leadership and the consistent encouragement and the support that he has rendered us at all times. Also extending our gratitude to SAFA Vice President C.A. Nihar and Jambasuri for the great support, the consistent guidance, the insightful sharing and supervision that he has had for us, and the great trust that has lain by the entire SAFA family on ICAN. And last but not the least, to the ITAC Committee Chair, Ms. Anoji De Silva. This is in appreciation of your great leadership and the great faith and trust and the cooperation you have extended to us. Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries. And we end.
Likewise, I also request ICAN President C.A. Bhaskar Singh Lala to give token of love to today's Master of Ceremony, Ms. Siwani Thapa Basnet, please. Thank you, sir.
Well, moments like these make people speechless. Usually I'm not. But thank you. Thank you to ICAN, SAFA, and to each and every member here in the audience for ever inspiring outsiders like us and for allowing us the privilege of being on board at these convergences, which are very gaining and inspiring as well. So with the hope to be a part of endeavors in the days ahead, as we come to the concluding moments, this is informing you or requesting you, inviting you in fact for the networking dinner after this closing ceremony towards we are headed towards the closing moments of this ceremony, and I again turn to the ICAN President to extend his closing remarks, the formal vote of thanks, and to also kindly adjourn this convergence here in Kathmandu.
Thank you, Shivani ji. Chief guest of this award ceremony, Honorable Auditor General, sorry for that because of my height. Honorable Auditor General, Mr. Tankamani Sharma Dangalju, special guest, Mr. H.M. Henanaike Bandara, President SAFA, special guest, C.A. Nihar and Jambusurya, Vice President SAFA, Ms. Anoji De Silva, SAFA ITAC Committee Chair, and other members of SAFA ITAC Committee, SAFA Advisor, our valued guests, representatives from various corporators across the South Asian region, ICAN past president, vice president, council members, and entire ICAN family members, media persons, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. I am very much grateful to our chief guest, Honorable Auditor General, for accepting our request to attend this award ceremony in spite of his busy schedule. I would like also to extend my sincere vote of thanks to SAFA board members, SAFA board and member bodies for accepting our request to host this award ceremony here in Kathmandu, Nepal. We held 76th SAFA board meeting today morning in ICAN premises. I am thankful to all the SAFA board members and delegates for attending meeting at this award ceremony physically or virtually. Similarly, I am indebted to ITAC committee for its untiring efforts and dedication for evaluating annual reports and declaring winners, runners-up, and merit holders. I hereby acknowledge the meticulous work of expert evaluators and the professional engaged during the conference, marking and moderations. Likewise, I would like to congratulate all the winners and merit holders and extend my gratitude to all senior executives from various organizations for accepting awards, being physically present here. Representatives from 77 corporates from 5 SARCC regions, member countries are currently present here, and I am thankful to you all your glorious presence out here. I would also like to appreciate all the distinguished guests for acknowledging our invitation attending the program. Finally, I would like to thank ICAN Council, past presidents, participants, ICAN staff, media personnel, and all those who have supported for this program directly or indirectly. Thank you, and thank you very much. And please join the dinner as well. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the awards night come to a formal end now. We again invite you to kindly join us for the networking dinner. Before we disperse, two important announcements. There are two requests, in fact, that I'm conveying. Can we have all the ITAG committee members to kindly have a photo opportunity with our distinguished dignitaries, please? May I request the chief guest and the SAFA president, Ms. SAFA President and the Vice President, if you could kindly stay up on stage for a bit. This is inviting all the ITAG members of SAFA to quickly come over here at the stage for a quick photo opportunity. Also, we have requests from the Team Bangladesh members. All the award winners from Bangladesh are requested to kindly come over and assemble in front of the stage. This is a request from your team member for a quick photo opportunity. First and foremost, the ITAG members on stage. Second, requesting all the SAFA board members for a photo opportunity with the high dignitaries. First, we'll have the ITAG members on stage. Thereafter, SAFA board members are requested to wait for a bit. The board members will be next after this